Good evening, everyone, and welcome. I'd like to call this May 10, 2021 meeting of the Bloomington City Council to order. Thanks for joining us this evening. We're going to start, as we always do, with the recitation of the Pledge of Allegiance. If you would, please stand and join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Once again, welcome, members of our council and our staff and all the members of the public joining us this evening. Hope everyone had a nice weekend. Ms. Christensen, if you could please call the roll of the council.
Thank you. Councilmember Beloga.
Here.
Councilmember Carter.
Here.
Councilmember Coulter.
Present.
Councilmember Lohman.
I'm here.
Councilmember Martin.
Here.
Councilmember Nelson.
Here.
Mayor Bussey.
And I'm here as well. Record show, we've got all 7 members of the Bloomington City Council in attendance this evening. Item number 3 is the approval of our agenda this evening. Council, I would like to propose a slight change to our agenda under item number 5, there are introductory items. I would like to place as item 5.1 a report from the city manager, a report based on our reopening strategy based on the governor's announcement last week. So basically what it means for city facilities and programming and in-person council meetings and so on. I would like to make that item 5.1 and then just bump the other 2 down. So the update on current strategic plan would become 5.2, and then the community-based strategic planning process would become 5.3. Are there any additional changes or suggestions to this evening's agenda? Hearing none, I will move tonight's agenda as amended.
Second, Councilmember Lohman.
We got a motion and a second by Councilmember Lohman to accept tonight's agenda as amended. Hearing no further council discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga.
Aye.
Carter.
Aye.
Coulter.
Aye.
Lohman.
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Nelson.
Aye.
Mayor Bussey.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. We have an agenda for this evening. Item number 4 on our agenda is our public comment period, and that is a 20-minute period at each council meeting where we allow members of the public to comment to the council on items not on tonight's agenda. We start the public comment period each week with a response to the prior meeting's public comments. Mr. Verbrugge, item 4.1, do we have any responses to the prior meeting's public comments?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. Good evening. Last week, we had a number of speakers before the council. None asked for specific follow-up. However, there was a commenter from April 26 who asked for additional follow-up, did not get a response that she had asked for. Ms. Ness had asked about the city providing more information about care options for those who may be COVID positive. And apologize that I did not understand Ms. Ness to be looking for a direct response rather than just a comment that she wanted the city to be doing more in that regard. Our public health administrator did follow up with Ms. Ness last week and shared with her that we encourage individuals to go to the Minnesota Department of Health website for information about how to manage a COVID-19 infection. That, like I said, that information is available at their website. Most of their info also comes from the CDC, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, which has info at their website. We at the city use the MDH and the CDC resources on questions like this. If there's a concern about people not being able to get care, they can contact MDH to let them know about their experience. And I think the most important advice we can always give to people is if you have questions about your care is to call your doctor or clinic. Our public health folks are doing a lot of the preventive work. They're doing vaccination work. They're doing awareness and education. But in terms of actually responding to somebody who is ill with COVID, that's not the role for our public health folks. So always call your doctor if you have a concern. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Verbrugge. Council, any questions on that? See no questions? We will move on to item 4.2, which is our public comment period. As I said, it's a 20-minute period in each council meeting where we take items not on tonight's agenda. The public comment period isn't for questions. It's not for back and forth. It's not for problem solving, reacting to comments, but rather for the council with an opportunity to listen. And that's what we will be doing. Each caller has a maximum of 5 minutes to make sure everything is fair and equal to everyone. You can see the information now, how to participate in the public comment period. So if you would like to call in, please do. And we will start the public comment period now. And Ms. Wilson, I think we've had at least a couple of people signed up ahead of time.
That is correct, Mr. Mayor. Nora, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Nora, do we have a Sarah Johnson on the line?
Okay, opening the line. Sorry, your line is open. Thank you.
Good evening. Welcome.
Thanks. Mayor and Council, tonight I'm asking the city to provide additional information on density and crime in the city. The city provided information on the calls for service in 3 different areas in East Bloomington, one that has 414 parcels and another that has 418 parcels, and the Indigo Apartments in South Loop that has 395 units. I recognize calls for service are not all crime related, but I'm using data previously provided by the city. The city noted that the 414 parcels had 298 calls for service, the 418 parcels had 168 calls for service, and the 395 units at Indigo Apartments in South Loop had 130 calls for service. This data does not provide information on density and calls for service. A comparison of calls for service per acre of these 3 locations is needed. To gauge the impact density has to a city and city services, I'm asking that the city provide residents with the calls for service per acre. Additionally, as the city manager spoke about, I asked the city provide information on COVID care options, and I have gone to those sites, and unfortunately it's limited, and we do have our own public health department, so I am looking for further assistance. There were exchanges with council and staff where I provided additional information to assist in the request for information on COVID care options. An example of what I'm requesting, if a person has a flu, the CDC link provides information about flu treatment, which includes what you should know about flu antiviral drugs, which provides a list of antiviral drugs. Again, I'm asking the city to provide information on density and crime, and then specifically call for service per acre, and then I'm looking for more information on COVID care options. And then I'm going to add to my comment. And last week, there was a request that the mayor be censored, and the city manager didn't comment on that, for inappropriately, negatively speaking about a Bloomington resident. The city manager did not provide a response to this request, and I'm requesting there be a response. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Just to clarify, I believe that was Ms. Ness as opposed to Ms. Johnson. So that was Sally Ness who was our first caller, just for the record, so we're clear there. Ms. Wilson, do we have Ms. Johnson who was wishing to call in?
Nora, is there a Sarah Johnson on the line?
There are no Sarah Johnson at the moment, ma'am.
Okay. Do we have any other callers on the line that wish to speak on the public comment period?
Not at the moment, ma'am.
There's no other callers on the line?
There is no one wants to speak for the public comment. Oh, we have Natalie Moros, ma'am. Natalie, your line is open. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Natalie Morose. I'm a resident of Bloomington. At the April 26th council meeting, our city manager, Mr. Verbrugi, answered questions about budgeting and staffing. He said there was a 12% actual increase in all budgeted operating funds. I wonder how many Bloomington taxpayers have 12% more in their operating funds. As part of his answer, our city manager said Bloomington compared favorably to peer cities. which she identified as Plymouth, Richfield, Minnetonka, Minneapolis, Maple Grove, Eden Prairie, Edina, and Brooklyn Park. I'm calling tonight because we do not compare favorably to our peer cities regarding crime. Among all our peer cities, Plymouth, Richfield, Minnetonka, Minneapolis, Maple Grove, Eden Prairie, Edina, and Brooklyn Park, the only city with higher crime than Bloomington is Minneapolis. If streets, water, police, fire, and city buildings and parks are or have budgeting operating funds, how many city budgeting operating funds are there? And what are all the budgeting operating funds? My last question is, what are you doing, Mr. Mayor and City Council members, about the crime in Bloomington? Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Wilson?
Nora, could you check again and have anyone who wishes to speak press star 1?
We don't have one on queue, ma'am.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat that?
We don't have one on queue to ask or speak for the public comment.
So is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Nora?
No one wishes to speak. You may continue.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mayor, it sounds like we have no additional callers on.
All right, if we have no additional callers, I think if folks are holding online, they can't hear me as well. If anyone wishes to speak on item 4.2, press star 1 now. But if not, we will close tonight's public comment period then. And we will move on to our introductory items, item number 5 on our agenda. And as we changed in our agenda, item 5.1, just a quick report on the reopening strategy and plans based on the governor's announcement. Mr. Verbugi.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. As I think most everybody is aware, the governor announced last week the rollback of and the planned rollback of many of the pandemic-related restrictions that are currently in place. The most significant is that by July 1st, all of the restrictions will be removed. So masking, indoor gathering limitations, outdoor gathering limitations, all of those are scheduled to subside on July 1st. So what does that mean for city operations? We are currently working towards reopening city facilities to the public with our current intended reopen date of July 6th, which occurs after the 4th of July holiday. We also are planning for community events to return. So I think maybe at the top of many people's minds is Summerfest. So we are going to move forward with Summerfest. That will, I heard a little woohoo over there, so I think a lot of people will be feeling that way. We will plan to have the fireworks, and we'll have a number of the activities out there. The only thing that we're planning to not do, some of the things may be scaled back. The only thing we're planning not to do, out of an abundance of caution, is to have the kids' carnival activity, simply because the youth of the age that typically are in and around the kids' carnival are not going to be vaccinated, and so that's a little bit more of a risk than our public health and our team is willing to take. But Summerfest will go forward, and then we are also looking at the other activities like Bloomington Farmers Market, adult sports leagues, Bush Lake Beach, Bloomington Ice Garden, Dwan Golf Course will largely return to their normal operations after July 1st. Creekside Community Center is targeting an early July reopening. And Bloomington Center for the Arts, we are working with public health to figure out the impact of that new guidance. So we will know, I think, in the relatively near future, what we'll be able to do for activities that occur within the Center for the Arts, which is very, very good news. What does it mean for council meetings? As everybody is aware, we're still not having in-person council meetings. We are also planning to resume in-person council meetings following July 1st. We do not have a meeting on Monday, July 5th, because that is the observance of the 4th of July holiday, which is a federal holiday. And our first Monday meeting would actually be Monday, July 12th, is when we're planning to be back in person. I know some folks have asked why we're still operating in this mode. And why we're still masked during the meeting was a question that we got recently. And it's because the governor's executive order is still in place. So, the question was, if people are vaccinated, why do they have to be masked? And we have to be masked indoors because that's still the XO requirement. But we also don't have all of our members fully vaccinated. We can't currently comply with the 6-foot social distancing within the council chambers. Unless we were to go to a layout similar to that the Community Budget Advisory Committee used last year, which worked out very well for that committee, but we had them spaced through the chambers so that they were socially distanced, and that didn't allow us to have space for the public to be in the chambers. There's recently been an advisory opinion from the state when it comes to council meetings, that if the council is present for in-person meetings, that the public must be allowed in. And so we couldn't use that setup and still have the people attending the council meetings because there just isn't enough room in the chambers to do that. So we thought, out of, again, an abundance of caution and just wanting to make sure that it is completely safe when we resume in-person meetings, that we're going to wait until that July 1st date to do it. So that's where we stand after the governor's announcements, Mr. Mayor. Any questions from you or the council?
Council, any questions? Councilmember Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. So I received an email question today from a resident who was curious when Creekside was going to be reopening, and specifically asked if they were going to be serving food again, so meals for seniors.
Mr. Mayor and council members, we're still working through some of the details on how we will provide the services. And as soon as we know all of those details, we will be announcing them to our participants. I know that our Creekside participants, especially after a long 15 months, are looking forward to getting back together. And, some of the people have for a long time depended on those services. So this has been an especially hard 15 months for them. So for the folks who do come there for congregate dining, we know that's an important aspect of Creekside's operation. We'll get the information out as soon as we have it.
Thank you.
Council, anything additional? My request would be that we get this information out through all of the different communication channels that we have, but with the big draft or TBD or tentative stamp all over it, because it's what we're aiming for, but I don't know that we can absolutely say for certain. Things can change, or they can actually improve, which we've heard the governor talk about as well. But if we could put a big tentative on whatever we get out and send out as much information as we can on this, because I know people are looking forward to that, to all of this, and want this information. And
I appreciate you saying that, Mr. Mayor, because what the governor was striving for was 70% vaccination, and that the July 1st date was, I think, going to be the latest date at which the restrictions would be lifted. But my understanding was that if we got to 70% statewide, it may happen sooner, right? And that'd be a good thing. As a matter of fact, here in Bloomington and in Hennepin County, we're awfully close to that number already, even though the statewide number is trailing us. But I think it is smart to just put a tentative, because we don't want to set an expectation that we can't meet. And, there's some logistics here in getting our operations up and running again, too. I think folks are aware by now, especially ones who had registered for some of our summer programs, that staffing has been an issue, not just at the city of Bloomington, but at cities all over the metro area, and frankly at a lot of businesses. We're having a really hard time getting folks to staff up summer programs. So that's going to continue to be a work in progress. So I think July 1st is a reasonable and responsible date to relaunch.
Thank you. Councilmember Beloga?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Manager, you had said that July 6th would be the opening of Civic Plaza. So just for clarification, that would mean that all of the departments that have walk-in accessibility available would be open and would no longer need an advance appointment if there were for some of those areas in the past. Is that a correct statement?
Yes, Mr. Mayor and council members, Councilmember Beloga, that is correct. We will have the staffing that is necessary to accommodate public walk-in at all of our public counters within Civic Plaza and within public health.
Passports are still appointment.
Passports, thank you. Chris just pointed out to me that passports are still appointment only, just because there's quite a backflow there. And also we're trying to minimize the amount of standing in line, but passports have been by appointment only for quite a long time. So, yeah.
Good. Well,
Thank you for the question,
that,
council member.
Thank you. It's important, I think, just to reemphasize that point, because I, and I'm sure many of the other members of council, will receive some questions about specific details, and it helps with the ability to respond to those. So much appreciated. Thank you.
Council, anything additional? Seeing no hands going up. Thanks for that update. I appreciate that, and I appreciate us getting it onto the agenda. And because I know, as I said, I know a lot of folks are waiting for this information. I was at the drive-through event this Saturday at Creekside, and I bet of the 290 cars that came through, I had at least half of them talked about when things were going to reopen again. So happy to be able to announce that, and let's get that information out again with a big tentative, because we want to make sure that we don't set expectations we can't meet. Moving on to item 5.2 on our agenda, which is an update on our current strategic plan and our first quarter report. Mr. Verbrugge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. The council members are all aware of this, but for the public who is viewing, the city council has a strategic plan. We have 7 what we call pillars of our strategic plan. The council met in early March to just do an annual check-in on our strategic plan and see if there was anything that they wanted to modify or change. And they did make several additions. If folks have been watching the meetings, they'll be familiar with this discussion, as it's occurred a couple times now in the last couple months. But one of the things the council did want to do is to have staff just provide a little bit more public discourse about the strategic plan itself, so that residents have a chance to hear the work that we're doing in trying to further our objectives. And so we have been providing quarterly reports to the city council since our strategic plan was initially adopted, but we haven't been necessarily having those conversations at council meetings. Council saw value in doing that. So I'm going to just provide a quick walkthrough to our most recent quarterly report for the first quarter of this year. And then, Mr. Mayor and council members, what we'll be doing going forward is, rather than waiting until a quarterly report comes around, is doing something on a monthly basis, where one of the Mondays each week we'll have something on the introductory, just to do, I think, something we'll call maybe mission moments, right? To talk about the work that we're doing and focus on a specific area, so that we can highlight something within the strategic plan that we've been working on. So one of the things that we have done in our quarterly report, which the council has access to and folks can see it on our website, is that we have a status for each of the items that we report, green, yellow, or red, with green being on track, yellow being needs attention, and red being stalled out. In our first quarter update, the only item that we have from the strategic plan which, keep in mind, goes back to 2016 when we first adopted this. There's only one item that we have read as a stalled out item, and that's the community center issue, which we have not discussed in about a year and a half now, since we walked away from the project at the end of 2019. So there has been no work done on community center discussion. Fortunately, the rest of the items within the strategic plan are largely in the on-track category. And where we have needs attention, it's not for lack of work that is occurring. It tends to be because we're just a little bit behind where we'd like to be in order to meet our objectives. So let me just real quickly hit on a couple of areas. We are, I want to touch on the new ones first, because those are the ones that council added in March of this year. So new was enhancing natural resources in the area of environmental sustainability. And we added a number of items there. One is to develop a list of projects for resident participation and partnership, recognizing that we have a number of people in the community who care very much about natural resources and are willing to volunteer their time and energy to assist in projects like that. That we identify grant funding resources, and that we want to advance this idea of alignment within our community by trying to partner with other organizations or institutions like the Isaac Walton League, Minnesota River Valley National Wildlife Refuge, other organizations that have an interest in natural resources to combine our efforts. We did have quite a bit of accomplishment over the last couple months in that area, which is detailed in the report. The most anticipatory item is that our park system master plan is coming to a close. And so in that plan, there will be a section that addresses natural resources, and we're looking forward to seeing that and getting council feedback on that as well. One area that does need attention in our in environmental sustainability is to reduce our citywide carbon footprint. And this is an area, again, where there is quite a bit of work that is occurring, both at a staff level and at the Sustainability Commission level. But the fact is that we have a goal for 75% reduction in citywide energy-related greenhouse gas emissions by 2035 from the 2016 baseline. And we're just not on track to meet that goal. So when we say needs attention, what we're saying is we have to step it up if we're going to meet the goal that we set a couple years ago. And so our staff is focused on how we can do that. And council recently acted on a couple items, recently being last Monday, giving staff direction to proceed with a time of sale energy disclosure and large building benchmarking that will help us move towards that goal. Another new item is on home ownership opportunities. This has been a strong interest point for the council, recognizing that we have been doing fantastic work and a lot of progress developing housing in the community that is affordable, and that's largely in rental housing. Council also wanting to see more opportunities for home ownership. And the value of owning a home and how that contributes to the stability of communities. Our staff is currently working on a number of projects related to this, many of them coming through the HRA. And we have a couple more on the list that the council gave to us that we can pursue over the next few months to try and advance this area. We also have a new one called Diversifying the Local Economy. We have recently engaged the services of Morris Leatherman Company to do a survey of our business community. We are going to, we'll be debuting citywide business retention expansion strategy in the second or third quarter. We're at work on that. Our staff is working with Cura, which is a group out of the University of Minnesota. They'll be looking at our economic development and Housing and Redevelopment Authority and Port Authority, working with the staff to identify how we can bolster those operations in furtherance of the council's goals. That's all work that is occurring right now. Neighborhood commercial nodes was added. This has been a high priority for council for several years as well. So the council wanted to, again, spur redevelopment within economic development or within neighborhood commercial nodes, recognizing that these are the places where people go for their services. And as we look around the community, we see some of these neighborhood commercial nodes are continually distressed or maybe declining. We do have a couple of active projects. The council heard a couple weeks ago about a small area plan for Portland and American. And we're also pursuing funding for an interchange study at 98th Street and I-35W to set the stage for development at the Metro Transit park and ride site that is there, which will also contribute to the other development and redevelopment occurring at 98th and I-35. And then the other item that I wanted to mention is on transparency and engagement. And this is an area where we have a lot of activity that we do from a communications perspective. In terms of the amount of information that we put out, we use as many different vehicles as we can to do that. We have a tremendous amount of engagement activity that is occurring, whether it's through our community outreach and engagement division, through our police department's outreach efforts, through the work that other departments are doing with program participants, what we're doing to try and, again, align the city with other organizations in the community to work on behalf of the whole community. A lot of activity occurring. What we haven't done, and this is, I'm ending here, Council, just to get input on articulating what the goals for engagement and transparency are. Like I said, we are doing a tremendous amount of work to be as public with our work as possible, to get information and communicate with the community as much as possible, and to start building relationships within the community, both at a staff to resident level, but also on a larger, more structural level. I think at some point we'll want to come back to the council and talk about what specific goals do we have in this area. We touched on it just a little bit at our March check-in, but that's an area that I would say needs attention, and that's why it's flagged yellow in the report, Mr. Mayor. So with that, I will pause and take any questions from council.
Thank you for that, Mr. Verbrugge. Council, any questions? Any comments on the current strategic plan and our first quarter update? I guess my only comment would be the areas that do need attention. I don't think they're a surprise to anyone for a variety of different reasons. I think from the engagement and outreach standpoint, one of the biggest barriers, of course, is the fact that we haven't been able to get together for the past 14 months. And so I would hope as we get into the second and third quarters of this year, we have a lot of different opportunities and use as many as we possibly can to engage folks, especially as we get into our next item here on the agenda, the community-based strategic plan. It will be an important part of it, and I'm looking forward to kicking that off and making that community engagement and involvement an important part of that plan. Councilmember Martin.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And if you don't happen to have this information right now, that's totally fine. I know our marketing folks, a lot of our communications folks do some great tracking on the metrics around our social media engagement, in particular likes, shares, page views, things like that. Do we know with our newer platforms like Let's Talk Bloomington, do we have a kind of trajectory goal in mind in terms of utilization of those platforms in a similar way, or are those still a little TBD as things are opening up and getting rolling?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor and council members, Councilmember Martin, that's an excellent question. Let's Talk Bloomington, for those who aren't familiar, is a new way of engaging with people online, and it tends to be project specific. I think that's really, really good input for us to see if we can put together an articulated goal for how much activity we want to drive there and see how we can improve the amount of engagement that we get there. I'll share that with our co-ed team, Councilmember Martin, and see what we come up with. I think what's most likely is that that's going to be a goal that varies depending on the project that we're using. Let's talk Bloomington 4. Understanding when we go through the chartering process for our projects, and when we start to lay out the project management map for the projects, identifying who all the stakeholders are, who the likely participants are going to be, will give us insight into identifying what that target is. And then we can start to build our tactics to get people there based on that expectation.
Thank you.
Good question.
Council, any other questions? Mr. Verbrugge, I assume this first quarter report will be posted and made available publicly for folks?
Indeed, Mr. Mayor, there is a plan, or there's a page on our website for the strategic plan that people can go to see it.
Very good. If anyone has interest in it and wants more details on it, and it is a detailed document and a good document talking about all that's been done and all that still needs to be done, please don't hesitate to go in search of it at the City of Bloomington website. No further questions or comments on that. We will move on in our agenda. We move on to item 5.3, which an update on the planning process for our community-based strategic plan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and again, council members. We go right from talking about our current strategic plan to actually talking about our next strategic plan. So it was good timing. This has been discussed with the council on a couple occasions. Actually, the first time being early in 2020, and the planning was in place back in early part of last year, right before the pandemic began. And it was not possible to do this style of strategic plan. But again, the idea here is that for our next strategic plan, that it is a much more participatory and shared co-creation is the word that we've used before, between the city and its residents in defining the next strategic plan. What we have done for the last couple months since February, when we had one of the consultants to talk to the council about the process and give you some insight there, that was Mr. Steve Baroni, is our staff has laid out the draft project charter for this process, as well as putting together the timeline for activity. Both of those are in your packet. And 2 points that I want to make on this. First of all, the timeline in here and the work items, the planning schedule, I wanted to make sure that you saw it because there's a fair amount of lead time that's necessary for a process like this. And a lot of it has to do with awareness raising, with advertising to get people interested in the process. We have a lot of logistics that we have to plan for. If we're doing a number of large in-person community engagement efforts, which we will be able to do now, we know that. Fingers crossed, as long as the conditions don't change again for some reason. But we have timed this so that it was later in the year, recognizing it was always going to be likely that was when we would be able to return to in-person engagement. But also in response to some comments from council at recent meetings just about the timing, recognizing that we do have a municipal election this year, and wanted to maybe give some room for the election and have the actual core planning team work begin after the election has occurred, so that we know what the leadership makeup for the city will be moving forward. Both of those have been accommodated within the plan that's in front of you. And looking tonight, Mr. Mayor and council members, to answer questions that you may still have, and comfort level with beginning to move forward, because as you see in our planning schedule, we have work that will actually begin yet this month to start doing this work, so that we can get to the beginning of 2022 and have very early in the year a plan that is ready to present to the council for consideration. So I'm going to pause there and see if there are any questions from council.
Council, any questions on the plan, the timeline? No, you're correct, Mr. Verbrugge. We did talk about this, but it was a while ago now, and I know we've talked about it internally. And I appreciate this update on the plan, but we might want to, in the near future, look at another public presentation, basically giving the same presentation that we went through in, what was it, January, February of last year, 2020. So just to refresh the folks in the public about exactly what we're trying to accomplish and how we're going to be going about that.
Mr. Mayor and council members, the charter document that's in the packet is a very well thought out, and I'm not saying that because I'm presenting it. I'm saying it because we have really talented staff that worked on this, right? And they do a really nice job of this. So we tried to be very thoughtful in setting up the parameters at the beginning of the process, so there is no confusion about, what we're striving for, how we're going to operate, what some of the boundaries are, and how we do that. And I did share this with the consulting team, and the feedback we got from them is that this is much more detailed and much more planful than just about anything that they've seen anywhere else. All right, and so it's going to be real helpful for them. It's going to be real helpful for staff and for people who are invited into this process to know exactly what's expected, what the process is going to be. And this document does a really nice job of clarifying that for people. So I agree with you that talking about this when we start up the awareness building is going to be really important so that everybody in the community understands why their input into this process is going to have value.
Yep, I've got no quibble at all with the schedule, with the details here. I think, it's an excellent report. I think it's a very clear roadmap as to where we're heading. But as I said, we first talked about this a while ago, and I know that people have had a lot going on between then and now, and just to remind people exactly what was going on, I think will be helpful as we get moving on this. Councilmember Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm going to apologize because there's lots of background noise here. Probably my son decided to start mowing for some reason. So again, my apologies if you can hear some background noise. I just have a couple comments. I agree. I think this is a really awesome, fantastic, thoughtful document. And I just have a couple comments. So related to the community cafes, it says conduct community cafes and recruit organizations that might want to help us host those cafes. And so I guess I just want to emphasize the need to make sure that we're going out into community and meeting community where they're at versus hosting community cafes like at Civic Plaza. Just really being intentional about that. And then in the recruitment strategies or communication strategies, both of them, as much as we can, translating into multiple languages and making it accessible for people where English may not be their primary language or first language, I think will be super helpful. And I know in my conversations at the BIPOC leader groups, that was one of their number one requests repeatedly, was to have more information in multiple languages. So if we have videos, maybe there's an option for subtitles in different languages, just really thinking through that. And I'm sure you guys are, but I just wanted to say it because I don't think it's explicitly called out in this plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. Councilmember Carter, both of those are excellent comments and feedback for staff. Our co-ed team and our communications team, especially during the pandemic, have been doing very good work to get more materials translated in a short period of time. And I think that's going to become more of a behavior than an exception. The point that you made, Councilmember Carter, about the cafes, we are intentional about going out to where people are. We will have probably one day of 3 different cafes that we will do as large community events in a single location, whether it's Civic Plaza or one of the schools. We haven't figured out the venue yet. And that'll be for people to come to that place. And we're going to have a number of other places where we go out into the community. So the one-day event will likely be facilitated by the consultant, and then our staff will be essentially trained up in how to conduct the community cafes, working with the consultant so that we can go out and do those other engagements ourselves. So there will be a good number of them, I would say probably on the order of 8 to 10 by the time we're probably done. So not just the one day of cafes. The objective is to engage hundreds of people in that process.
Good to hear.
Yeah.
Councilmember Carter, if he starts mowing, do not stop him. Do not stop the kids from mowing. Learned that lesson a long time ago.
Hey, that's why I was like, you know what? That's fine.
Exactly.
Noise canceling earphones.
Council, any additional questions or comments on this? If not, thank you, Mr. Verbrugge. I'm looking forward to getting moving on this. I really am. It's an exciting process, and I think it's going to have an exciting outcome for the city of Bloomington.
Yep. And council members, thank you. I know it's taken us a while to get to this point, and looking really forward to this process and appreciate council's support.
Absolutely. Moving on to item 6 on our agenda, which is our consent business. I believe Councilmember Nelson has our consent calendar for tonight. Councilmember Nelson?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And I got word from the city manager that no one had any other holds, but I have a couple holds. Does anybody have a hold that I may have missed?
I see Councilmember Lohman's hand up.
Mayor, Councilmember Nelson, I wanted to make sure we're holding 6.5. I
Great.
it's got missed in the communication there.
Yeah, my bad. And it was probably because I was going to hold that one too. So I'll let you hold it though. So 6.5, and then I was going to hold 6.8 and 6.9. Without hearing from anyone else, I would move approval of 6.1 through 6.4, 6.6, 6.7, and 6.10.
Beloga,
Second.
Got a motion by Councilmember Nelson, a second by Councilmember Beloga to accept the consent business as stated. Hearing no further council discussion on this. Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga,
Aye.
Carter,
Aye.
Holter,
Aye.
Lohman, Martin,
Aye.
Nelson,
Aye.
Mayor Busty.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Item 6.5. Councilmember Lohman or Councilmember Nelson? Who wants to handle this one?
I'll turn it over to Councilmember Lohman.
Well, I
Councilmember
just
Lohman.
wanted to hold this one so that I could, I think we don't need to relitigate it, as you call it, Mayor. We discussed the last time. I just wanted to hold this so I can vote against it. So.
Councilmember Nelson?
Mayor, I do actually have a question on that item.
Please.
And I'll first apologize to the city manager because I had this in my notes, but I forgot to ask him when I spoke with him earlier. But I know that there are some certain rules with regards to development projects that if they are voted against, declined, that they can't reapply for another 12 months. And I just wanted to make sure that that wasn't the case in this situation. That this would mean that they could not apply if they changed what they were going to do with that parcel or those parcels moving forward, that we weren't putting them into a situation that blocked them out to revise those plans for 12 months. And just a quick follow-up, pending an answer on that, is that this would also not require this specific condition to remain for 12 months either. Just wanted to clarify those two things. And again, apologize, I didn't ask you that when I spoke to you earlier.
Mr. Mayor, council members, Councilmember Nelson, we have Mr. Mark Gard, our planning manager, and I think he's probably the best person to answer this question, so I don't bullocks it. Glenn, did you get the question?
I did. Mayor Busey, council members, good evening. So in terms of restrictions on reapplication for conditional use permits, there are restrictions if one is denied. However, this application before you is a change in condition, and I am not aware of any restrictions on a subsequent application for a change in condition, as long as it's not the entire conditional use permit.
Okay, great. I appreciate that information. I just want to make sure we weren't getting ourself and or the property owner and developer into a box. So thank you.
Yeah, and one thing to add, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Nelson, and in this case, we don't have a conditional use permit, so the change in condition is tied to the development plans.
Okay. Thank you. I guess with that, I would move approval.
Why don't we, just so we're clear here, Councilmember Nelson, because this is it's a bit backwards. So this is basically a motion to deny the change of condition. So it's a motion to say no, basically. So I think it would be helpful if, I don't know if you have it in front of you, it's on 46 of the packet, but the motion itself that is the denial of the condition of approval, just so we have it officially in the record, if you're comfortable making that motion.
Yeah, Mayor, I'm comfortable making the motion. I will vote against it, but I'm comfortable making it. 46. All right.
Correct.
I'd move in the case of PL 2021-50 to adopt resolution denying a change in condition of approval number 7 in case PL 2020-133 to allow an emergency only secondary access to Penn Avenue South for a 15-unit townhome development.
Second, Councilmember Loman.
We got a motion by Councilmember Nelson, a second by Councilmember Lohman to approve the resolution that denies a change in condition of approval number 7 in this case. Council, any additional questions on this?
Mr. Mayor.
Mr.
council
Verbrugge.
members, just to clarify, because I think somebody watching might be confused based on who made the motion and how this vote, I think, might go, is that people who are voting for this motion are voting for findings to deny a change in condition of approval. And so somebody who is voting against it, against this motion, is not voting for the denial. So it seems a little backwards. I just
Yes,
want
it
to make
does.
sure everybody understands.
Yep, that's why I wanted to be sure that we read it and everybody's clear on that, correct? So a vote in the affirmative is to deny the change of condition approval. Hearing no further council discussion. Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga,
Nay.
Carter,
Aye.
Poulter,
Aye.
Loman,
No.
Martin,
Aye.
Nelson,
Nay.
Mayor Busty.
Aye. So the motion passes 4-3, denying the change in condition of approval for number 7. Item 6.8, Councilmember Nelson.
And Mayor, if I might, I could take 6.8 and 6.9 together. I just wanted to note that I've had a number of residents talk to me about joint playgrounds with the school and some restrictions on the usage of those and the times that residents that weren't involved in school programs, either after school or in the summer, could use those. And I received some information earlier today from staff, and maybe the city manager can confirm this, but that is something we're actively working on to make sure that that if we're investing in these facilities, that it's there's a fair joint use type of agreement there. So those are, I think, both on the same lines.
Mr. Verbrugge?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. Councilmember Nelson, you are correct. This year, the Park and Rec Department's work plan contains a project to complete a master agreement with the school district that's going to combine all the agreements that we have into one document, so they're easier to track and they're just more transparent to the community, since the school district and the city both serve the same constituents. We are looking at modifying some of the terms of the existing agreements, including facility use, some user fees, but we're also looking at the use on these playgrounds, as Councilmember Nelson indicated. So back in 2019, we had conversations with the district about this, and they worked with us to adjust their position so that during the school day, as long as school children weren't present outdoors, the public was able to use those playgrounds. So we're going to continue to work with them. and try to get a more favorable arrangement for the whole community and the school as well. So thank you for the question, Councilmember.
And I believe Renee Clark from our Park and Rec Department wanted to chime in as well. Ms. Clark?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'm just here for any questions. Thanks.
Oh, very good. Thank you. Council, any additional questions? Councilmember Nelson, any additional questions of Ms. Clark or Mr. Verbrugge?
No, I just appreciate the efforts of staff to address this issue for people. I've heard from a number of people with concerns about it, and I, for one, am excited to see the Washburn Elementary School playground. That my kids went to Washburn Elementary School, and actually we very much enjoyed the existing playground for a number of years. And so I think, as always, these are great projects for our community. Just want to make sure people can use them and enjoy them. So with that, I would move items 6.8 and 6.9.
Second, Beloga.
And a motion by Councilmember Nelson, a second by Councilmember Beloga to approve items 6.8 and 6.9 in our consent business. Council, any additional questions or comments? Hearing none. Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you very much, Councilmember Nelson. Let's move on to item 7 on our agenda, which is our hearings, resolutions, and ordinances. We have 4 public hearings this evening. And the first one is item 7.1, which is a public hearing on an ordinance for stormwater pond aeration permit code amendments. And from our engineering department, our water expert, Brian Greidel, is going to lead us through this. Good afternoon, or good evening, Mr. Greidel.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'll just get my presentation going here. Okay.
We are good to go. Thank you.
Okay. Again, thank you for having me tonight. I'm here tonight to discuss with you the stormwater pond aeration ordinance updates. Okay, now I can get it to advance. So as a reminder, aeration is a process of adding essentially more oxygen to the water. It's typically provided through these through the use of like surface agitators such as a fountain or a bottom-based bubbler that releases oxygen into the near the bottom into the water column, and it causes that deeper water to mix, helping disrupt stratification within a water body. The existing ordinance was approved on March 7th in 2011, essentially allowing ponds on private property the ability to install removable aeration equipment, provided that the abutting property owners agreed to pay for it and essentially be responsible for it. So in general, the adopted ordinance and policy established 3 guidelines that are on the screen. So ponds on private property with no connection to the public storm sewer system, there was no permit required. Ponds that were on private property but had a connection to the public storm sewer system, aeration was allowed, but a permit was required. And ponds on public property, aeration was determined to not be allowed. So under the current system, approximately 44% of the ponds are allowed to have aeration, and 56% are generally prohibited from aeration. So a brief overview of kind of how we got here. So as I said, the initial ordinance had been in place since March of 2011, and last summer staff was contacted by a resident group interested in providing aeration on a publicly owned pond. And at that time, the group pointed out a conflict between the ordinance and the policy. And so basically, the ordinance states that aeration is allowable on public ponds, while the policy states the opposite. And so staff researched that issue and found the ordinance to be incorrect and needed to be amended if it were to accurately capture the original intent of the council when it was adopted. So at the November 2020 public hearing, there was a staff recommended amending that ordinance to be consistent with the council's intent at that time. And the result of that meeting was ultimately to table that item and for staff to go back and explore the ordinance and address some of the concerns raised at that hearing. So since that time, staff has been working on draft ordinance language for council to consider, which would provide the ability for private entities to install aeration equipment on these publicly owned ponds. And that draft language was discussed with the Sustainability Commission in March and with City Council here in early April. So the Stormwater Pond Aeration Ordinance requires updating either way. There's two options for council to consider this evening. The main difference between the two options is whether or not the city will permit private entities to install aeration equipment in these ponds that are on publicly owned property, such as city park property. So again, two options to consider. Option one, which is a more, I guess, minor ordinance amendment, addresses that inconsistency that I talked about and continues with the original intent of the ordinance, generally prohibiting aeration in ponds on publicly owned properties. And option two then is an ordinance that would, or updates to the ordinance that would provide the ability for private entities to install aeration equipment in stormwater ponds that are located on public property. So so a couple of the proposed updates that have been talked about a couple times. So looking at section 1603, which is the definition. So there was this term private institutional property that caused a lot of confusion. And so this term was originally implemented in the original ordinance because at the time of adoption, there was a fountain in the City Hall pond. And the reference to institutional property in both options, option one and option two, has been removed. And the definitions of public and private stormwater ponds have been updated to reflect the removal of this term. Section 1611A then is basically the difference where option one again continues to prohibit aeration on public ponds, where option two then provides private entities the ability to install aeration on these ponds on public property. And in both options, staff is proposing to delete the existing stormwater pond aeration policy and procedure document, as it really doesn't provide any additional direction that isn't already included in the ordinance and the permit application. Section 1611 then. So this 1611B, that is, so this reduces the number of participants surrounding a pond needing to agree to aeration from 100% to 75%. Excuse me. And this removes the possibility from one particular party having too much influence over the decision. So in any instance where, so thinking of option two, in any instance where publicly owned property abuts a pond, that property would not be considered as part of that percentage calculation. Additionally, for option two, staff has included a clause requiring that the permit applicant collect and submit information about their experience with the aeration equipment to support ongoing research efforts that are going on about this. And so this addition regarding research is consistent with the recommendation that came from Sustainability Commission, which supported aeration in public ponds to further the research efforts that are going on, as well as provide additional or provide educational opportunities. So a little bit more on the research requirement. Aeration is often marketed as a cure-all for pond problems. However, a literature search or a literature review really suggests otherwise, indicating no scientific consensus that these smaller machines, such as fountains and bubblers, are really able to prevent nutrients from being released from the pond bottom sediments. The other things cited in there are that aeration also mixes the nutrients around in the pond. And so with the additional oxygen and the mixing of the water, this can also increase the production of bacteria and algae, and thereby increase the phosphorus concentration within the pond. And so along those lines, staff believes that if public ponds are going to have aeration in them, that it's important that these ponds continue to be monitored. So the staff will work with the permit applicant at the time of application to determine the specifics of the data to be collected. So doing it in this manner provides staff the ability to work with the applicant. And so any research related requirements are reasonable, will support ongoing efforts that are out there that are known to staff, and they'll be able to be implemented by an applicant. So this data then collected will help inform the city of the relative effectiveness of each respective device. Continuing with a couple of the updates, section 1611D, the permit will be needs to be renewed after the first year of operation, and then can be extended in 3-year increments. Staff has also proposed a $150 fee for the initial permit. For the option 2, there's a $150 fee for the initial permit, where the previous option 1 is a no-cost permit. It's primarily used for tracking. And this increase in fee is due to additional coordination and permit review required between multiple departments for projects on city property. And then kind of summarize or kind of finishing up here in both options in 1611E. But in both options, there are language updates requiring or talking about the exemptions to the permit for public agencies and for private ponds that do not have a connection to the public storm sewer system, as well as some clarifying language regarding the other permits that may be required. So talking about the meeting with the Sustainability Commission, staff presented to sustainability on March 16th of this year, where Sustainability Commission ultimately voted to approve a motion supporting aeration to further research and provide educational opportunities. We had a fairly robust conversation about the ongoing research being conducted by the University of Minnesota, as well as several other partners regarding stormwater ponds, their effectiveness, and the potential for future management recommendations. The commission did acknowledge that when we talk about water quality, that these things take time to develop trends. And so that, 1 or 2 years of success or a failure is not really indicative of an impact. And so thinking along these lines, the recommendation was that staff revisit this in 5 years to evaluate the impacts resulting from aeration. We also discussed equity at both the City Council meeting in November and the Sustainability Commission meeting. Overall, thinking along the lines of whether or not the city was acting or operating in an equitable manner by allowing some ponds to have provide aeration, but not others. And so there was a strong recommendation from the Sustainability Commission that the city move forward with a pilot project to install aeration on 1 or 2 ponds in economically challenged areas that may not otherwise be able to participate in a program like this. So we went back and took a look at the environmental justice areas provided by the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency. The green areas highlighted on the screen represent these economically challenged areas. And so within these environmental justice areas of concern are 2 publicly owned ponds where a city-sponsored aeration pilot could be implemented. Smith Park Pond, which is up near Chicago Avenue and American Boulevard, and Wrights Lake, which is over near 86th Street and Old Cedar. Now, both Smith Park and Wrights Lake are quite a bit larger than our more common, wetland and stormwater pond areas, and they're not really very good candidates for aeration. They're, like I said, they're both really fairly large. They're both quite deep. Smith Park Pond has a maximum depth of 16 feet, and Wrights Lake has an average depth of 8 feet deep. Excuse me. And both ponds have been somewhat recently excavated. And probably most importantly is that the phosphorus concentrations within both of these ponds are generally much lower than what we see in other ponds across the city. So at this point, staff is not recommending implementing aeration on either Smith Park Pond or Wrights Lake at this time. We also talked quite a bit about liability. And so managing liability of private entities working on or installing equipment on publicly owned property, we considered a waiver and requiring $1 million liability insurance policy. So again, this is, I guess, thinking about option 2, where we're allowing private entities the ability to provide aeration on public ponds. So if council chooses to move forward with allowing private entities the ability to install aeration on public ponds, we are looking to move forward with a waiver, which is required as part of the permit application. We consider aeration to be a pretty low risk activity, but it is important to note that a waiver offers less protection than insurance. And but insurance does obviously come with a cost associated with it too, and that we estimated that cost at about $300 per year, whereas a waiver comes with no cost associated with it. So by completing the permit application, the applicant and property owners essentially indemnify the city, and thereby they're assuming the risk if something goes wrong. So that said, a waiver is only as good as the coverage of the signed property owners that they have available. And so if something were to happen and legal action was pursued, the property owner's personal assets could be at risk. So a waiver is essentially, a promise by the property owners to indemnify the city, but the city as the property owner, it's highly likely that the city would also be at risk and likely named in any legal action should that situation arise. So the city is insured through the League of Minnesota Cities Insurance Trust, who we did talk with, and they would respond to any claim filed against the city or its employees and officials, and pay any damages that the city, if the city was found liable, obviously subject to policy limits and the city's deductible. Encroachment was something that came up as well. And so, the city is a significant landowner. The majority of city-owned properties are part of the city's park system, which compromises a little over 3,700 acres of land within the community. And from time to time, uses from adjoining properties, do extend across property lines onto the parkland or other city property. But the extent of these encroachments, can vary greatly. But some of the things that we see out, there and that are specifically addressed in the encroachment policy can include, mowing on city property, benches, swing sets, fire pits, patios, retaining walls, the removal of trees and shrubs and dirt. And overall, the policy effectively manages all encroachments on public property, from minor mowing of city property to permanent installations such as sheds or something like that. So in order to implement option 2, option 2, so the private entities to install aeration equipment on public ponds, the city's encroachment policy would also need to be updated. That exact language was included in the packet. So encroachments, I think it's important to think about that encroachments related to aeration. They'll include the unit itself that's in the pond, but they may also include other things such as buried electrical lines, an electrical outlet or a panel of some sort, electric pedestal that has an electric meter on it. It could be a solar panel. There could be hoses or other air lines that are there. So not all sites are going to be the same. In some instances, their power and other equipment may be able to be placed on nearby private property. So the encroachment would be, much more limited. But in other instances, power and aeration equipment may need to be entirely on city property. So there's a wide variety out there, and so there's not a kind of a one size fits all approach. Touching on a couple of the additional things that we've talked about in the past. Major maintenance on stormwater ponds is provided by the city is typically planned well in advance, and we believe that appropriate notice can be provided. And so, as far as aeration equipment impacting city maintenance activity, we don't believe that to be a great concern. Regarding cost, the ordinance and the permit are quite clear that pond aeration is the sole responsibility of the representatives and associated property owners. And so, and then thinking long-term maintenance, while the ordinance and the permit are clear about the maintenance and removal responsibilities of the group, I think it's the reality that if a system becomes abandoned or the group otherwise kind of falls apart, it's likely that the responsibility to manage that or simply remove the aeration equipment would be the city's responsibility. So just to touch on a couple of the policy updates, there are copies of the documents shown here within the packet. The permit has been updated for option 2 to reflect the proposed changes. The encroachment policy that we talked about adds aeration as kind of an exemption to that encroachment policy. And again, staff is proposing to delete the stormwater pond aeration policy and procedure document for both options 1 and 2 because it really doesn't add anything of substance that isn't already addressed in the ordinance and the permit application. As far as correspondence goes, we did publish a Let's Talk Bloomington webpage shortly after the April organizational business item. And so that webpage had a total of 35 visits, and there were 2 surveys that were completed. And we received 1 public comment that was submitted via email that was also included in the packet. There was an e-subscribe notice that was sent to the Water Resources e-subscribe group, which is just over 1,100 registered users. And the notice was also published in the Sun Current. Staff is recommending approval of option 1, which proposes to clarify that aeration equipment is generally prohibited on publicly owned properties. However, like I said, there's option 1 and option 2 for the council to consider. Again, option 1 continue with the ordinance basically as it is today with the minor amendment to address the inconsistency, or option 2, which is to provide private entities the ability to install aeration equipment on these publicly owned ponds. And with that, I'm happy to turn it over to council or take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Greedle. Appreciate it. Good, comprehensive, and thorough presentation on your part. Thank you for that. Council, questions on this? Councilmember Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. So I wanted to clarify one piece that you talked about related to measurement of the conditions of the body of water. And so say after a year of having an aeration device in the pond, the levels or the measurements worsen, would we continue to allow the aeration equipment to stay in the pond until that 5-year period is up? Given what you said about it can kind of ebb and flow, and one bad year may not be, telling of how the aeration equipment will do long term in terms of the quality of the water. And so can you just talk a little bit more about that? Would we allow that to continue for 5 years, or if we continuously see negative impacts to the water quality, would we ask for that to be removed?
Mayor and council members, Councilmember Carter, the so for option 2, the permit application is set up so after the first year we have an initial review. As you indicated, 1 year really isn't really. I mean, it could be an outlier, right? I mean, these stormwater ponds are subject to a lot of different variables. If we have a rainy year versus a dry year. And so it would just, we would just want to be sure that we're monitoring it and we're watching it, and working with the group to ensure that we're not making things worse. But I think after the first year, then it can be extended for 3-year increments, and so we would at least extend it for an additional 3 years. And if the data continue to indicate that we're maybe causing more harm than good, then we would reevaluate whether or not that permit would be reissued.
Thank you. That's helpful. That was the only question I had.
Thank you. Councilmember Lohman.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a few questions here. In the staff report, it was mentioned that the cities of Edina, Eden Prairie, and Savage responded to a request that you had to know what their policy was with regard to aeration, and they had strongly discouraged it, citing issues of encroachment or public property and stormwater treatment and lack of evidence. Could you talk a little bit more about what you discovered with that, or was that all that they said? I'm particularly interested in the encroachment piece.
Mayor, council members, Councilmember Lohman, the response I got wasn't as great as I had anticipated, but overall it was consistent that nobody's really nobody had an official policy on how to manage these things. Let's see. As far as encroachments go, cities seem to have similar opinions as to concerns with such setting an example or precedent setting. Whereas if you allow, if you start allowing things to move into city property, then that can encourage additional encroachment. Overall, I think most of the cities were more concerned with allowing aeration to happen when the scientific evidence doesn't necessarily support it, and they questioned whether there's still a lot of question about whether or not there's any effectiveness related to it. And yeah, and I think that's about the extent of the conversations that I had with them.
Thank you for gathering that information. And when I get to the comment period, I'm going to talk a little bit more about that encroachment piece because I think it's important that the public understand that, and also the liability that you've raised as well, not only for those homeowners that are there, but also for the city. So my other question is, how many requests or folks that do we see that have been interested in having this aeration on public property? Do we have a lot of requests for this in Bloomington? I know we don't formally have this open as a permitted process, but are there a lot of requests? I know there's at least one out there that I'm very familiar with. Are there more than that?
Mayor and council members and Councilmember Lohman, to date, since the implementation of the existing ordinance, we only have one request for this type of activity on publicly owned ponds.
Oh, this is a question that may not be fair to ask you, staff, but given that we've got this one example out there, this is really kind of a question for you, Mayor, and for City Manager, and and certainly I have an interest in doing research around this topic to see if it does make sense, given what you just said. With other cities don't find the evidence there. Is there another way that we could go about allowing between these two options that we're seeing here today? To allow that study to continue, maybe with this one neighborhood that's really interested in it, and not opening up all this other these other areas to this particular use. So I guess that's my question. You don't necessarily need to answer that because I think that's an unfair question for you to answer, but that's more of a question for my colleagues and for you, Mayor.
Councilmember Beloga.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A comment to Councilmember Lohman is that I have been contacted once that I can think of. I believe it was really twice regarding the ability to install aeration equipment in city-owned ponds. And after discussion, of course, that and being told that it was not currently permitted, they went away. But so there's probably one for sure, possibly two, who may come forward should this pass. The question that I had for staff is I had sort of thought about the power source being a pedestal, which is reasonably small and innocuous with a meter, attached to it. I had not thought about the panels for solar collection. And for one of our average ponds, how many panels would it take to operate sufficient number of pumps to aerate those on a 24/7 basis?
Mayor and council members, Councilmember Beloga, I don't know exactly how much or how many solar panels would need to be out there, or the exact size of them. It would really depend on on how much power needed to be provided, as well as kind of the aspect or the angle. If it's able to, if it has good southern exposure and is able to, have, significant exposure to the sun during the day, I would think a moderately sized panel would suffice. I think the other thing that may be important to note is that we're not allowing aeration in the winter time, primarily for ice safety purposes, and so these devices are only expected to run during the summer open water months.
Understood. You mentioned a moderate sized panel in your, can you define what that size would be? That nomenclature is pretty broad.
Mayor and council members, Councilmember Beloga, yes, it is quite broad. And I guess I don't have a good, like, 2 foot by 3 foot estimate on what it might be. It would really just be kind of a guess on my part at this point.
As is it fair to say, so would the number of them be?
Can you repeat that? Councilmember Beloga, I still didn't get the question. Can you repeat it one more time?
So 2 to 3 foot is kind of a broad guess, and so would the number of panels that would be required to operate either a submersible or a surface pump system.
I guess in my opinion, that seems like a reasonable estimate, but again, that's not backed up by a whole lot of knowledge on my part.
Okay. And it's kind of an important factor in my evaluation, because when we're looking at encroachment, if we're looking at something that's small and innocuous, I could favor that much easier than I could, a bank of solar panels, whether it be 2 or 3, plus the other sundry equipment that is, necessary to work the system. So understand that the problematic part of winging an answer here. So I'll just take that under advisement. Thank you.
Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mayor. Brian, just a quick question here. I just want to confirm. I know, obviously, excuse me, I know this proposal came before the Sustainability Commission. And we obviously, as others have mentioned, there have been some sort of neighborhood resident groups who have come forward with some interest in this. Beyond the Let's Talk Bloomington website, has there been any sort of specific discussion on, the actual sort of, for lack of a better term, intricacies, the specifics of the ordinance with residents who are interested in pursuing this?
Mayor and council members, Councilmember Coulter, I have not engaged, and to the best of my knowledge, none of the water resources staff have engaged in conversations with the public about the intricacies of aeration. As part of the sustainability presentation, as well as the organizational business presentation to council in April, I did include a link to some of the ongoing research that's being done by the University of Minnesota that gets really into the weeds, so to speak, about what these stormwater ponds are and how they may not be functioning as we had originally assumed.
Okay, thank you. I guess we'll see obviously where the public hearing goes tonight and ultimately the decision that council makes. I guess I would just say, if we do indeed opt for option 2, it might be useful to check in after after a certain amount of time as folks come forward with applications and so on, if they move forward, to see if this is if the way things are designed and the way this proposal would be executed, if that does indeed make sense for what neighborhood groups are trying to accomplish. So thank you.
Mr. Greedo, I've got one final question before we open the public hearing and get after this. Has staff put any thought into how much staff time and effort it would take to make sure this all worked, whether it was issuing the permits or making sure that the research was on the up and up, or doing all the different things that you've kind of outlined? If we went with option 2, if we went with that, how much staff time are we talking about, whether it's 1 or 2 or however many different permits or applications we would have on this? Any idea?
Mayor and council members, our estimate is, about an hour to hour and a half worth of review time. There will be a meeting, need to be a meeting or review time with the permit applicant upon the after the first year of implementation. Assuming that the data has been submitted and doesn't indicate anything, overly burdensome going on, or that we're really causing trouble. That review period should be fairly quick, and then that would turn it over, and then we would only see it on 3-year increments. The ordinance does provide staff the ability to take a look at these things and inspect them to be sure that they are operating appropriately. But overall, we don't believe that it'll be a significant amount of staff time. Our goal with the research requirement is to just have an online reporting tool that residents or permit applicants can submit the data through an online reporting website.
Thank you. That's helpful. Councilmember Nelson?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And just kind of a quick follow-up to your question on cost is, would there be cost to the city if the applicants essentially abandoned the system? And I think we talked about that at our last meeting, but just curious as to what happens there and what the cost is in that situation.
Mayor and council members, Councilmember Nelson, we believe that if the system is abandoned, that because the city is the property owner, that it becomes our responsibility. We could potentially chase around the permit applicant, but if they have moved on and moved out of Bloomington, or it would be most efficient for us to just probably go in there and remove the system ourselves. And so there would be some cost associated with that, and that cost would be dependent on the level of removal that's required. If we need to remove all the underground, if there's underground wiring that needs to be removed, that would increase cost. But if we're in an instance where the bulk majority of that equipment is on private property, then that wouldn't need to be removed.
Okay. And then you had mentioned that there were a couple of areas that you had looked at potentially doing this and determined that it just didn't make sense. And I think you mentioned that because it was shallow. In option 2, is there anything in there that if our professional staff determined that it just really absolutely did not make sense to do this, that you would have the opportunity to say, it doesn't make sense on this property. We would allow it otherwise, but on this location, it doesn't make sense.
Mayor and council members, Councilmember Nelson, there isn't anything specifically in there stating that the permit will be approved, upon staff review of a particular water body. I think those would, my thought on that anyway, when we developed this, was that we would work with any permit applicants to discuss the nature of a particular pond, and that conversation may lead itself to other potential management strategies. Otherwise, we can still implement it, and see, if they're willing to try it out and accept the responsibility and the cost behind it, then maybe it's worth trying out for a few years and see what happens.
Last question I have, are there any potential harms that you see of, as you just phrased it, trying it out? Is there a potential hazard downside of allowing that?
Mayor and council members, Councilmember Nelson, I think that one of the hazards of allowing it are that we may mix up the water in the pond to the point where we're not getting settling in the ponds. We could be mixing up nutrients in the ponds and essentially cause more algal blooms and cause more problems from a water quality perspective. I spoke about the encroachment precedent that that could be set. So this may encourage other encroachments. And so those are I guess, a couple of the bigger items that I see that could, I guess, negative impacts that could result.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate the answers.
Councilmember Beloga.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Grudel, the sentiments mixing creates a question about the emollients from the tars that were put on the on driveways, and that we have found in most of the ponds. Would that be one of the harmful potential results of that water body mixing vigorously because of aeration?
Mayor and council members.
Would we spread that pollutant further through the pond than just closer to, they congregate today, I believe, closer to the inlet from the waterways? Is that true?
Mayor and council members, Councilmember Beloga. So what I believe what you're referring to is the PAH contamination, and that's what. So that's what can wash into stormwater ponds from, from driveway sealants, from coal tar based driveway sealants, not asphalt emulsion, and the research on PAHs has suggested that those are pretty tightly bound to the sediments, and the sediment that's impacted most by aeration activities is that it's really light. And I don't believe that we would be significantly impacting or moving PAH contamination around.
Good. Then we have some ponds that are just clogged with weeds, particularly curly leaf pondweed and duckweed, where the surface is, pretty much a carpet, a green carpet. I understand from your comments to earlier questions of council that we had let the applicant decide whether or not it was feasible, but is it, in your opinion, feasible to install aeration in those conditions?
Mayor and council members, I mean, it's certainly feasible to install aeration on any of those water bodies. However, the impact that it's going to have is most likely quite limited. Duckweed, for example, which is it's a really small flowering plant that people often confuse as algae, but it forms that green carpet that we see across the top of the pond, and it doesn't like flowing water. So anywhere where if a fountain was out there, the duckweed would not form within that radius of the spray coming from the fountain. If a bubbler was used, it wouldn't be within the area of turbulent water, but it would not most likely not remove it from the rest of the pond. So it would provide some, a small section of open water, but aeration would not eradicate duckweed or other vegetation from a pond.
Thank you.
Council, anything further? If not, this is a public hearing, and right now I'd like to open the public hearing on item 7.1, which is a discussion on an ordinance, stormwater pond aeration permit code amendments. Ms. Wilson, do we have any callers looking to speak on item 7.1?
Nora, this is Chris. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Nora, do we have any callers that wish to speak on agenda item 7.1?
No one wishes to speak. You may continue.
Could we make one last check, please? Make sure that there's no one on the line.
Okay, please press star 1 on your telephone keypad to speak for the public comment.
No one wishes to speak. You may continue.
Seeing no one coming forward, council, to speak at this public hearing, I'd look for a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved, Coulter.
Second.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilmember Coulter and a second by Councilmember Martin to close the public hearing on item 7.1. Hearing no further council discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga,
Aye.
Carter,
Aye.
Coulter,
Aye.
Loman,
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Nelson,
Aye.
Mayor Bussey.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. So, council, questions, thoughts, ideas on this? I think this is to me, the more we've gotten into this, the more uncomfortable I've become. I think it's an example of a really good idea with good intentions to try and clean up some of our stormwater ponds, to make them less green in the summer, and to try and make them seem more alive and active. But frankly, the more I've learned about this, as I said, the more uncomfortable I've become. To hear Mr. Greedle talk about how the literature does not necessarily support the benefits of aeration, to talk about, to think about the issues around encroachment, around waivers versus insurance, the equity issues that Councilmember Lohman brought up, I think, do have me concerned, because I think for a neighborhood to put something like this in, I think it would be a pretty significant investment, and we don't have not all our neighborhoods could afford something like this. And so this is, I mean, it's just a good example of the devil being in the details. A good idea who it gets less and less appealing the more and more you look at it. So those are my thoughts. Councilmember Nelson?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just want to clarify that staff's recommendation is to not allow this. Is that accurate?
Mayor and council members, Councilmember Nelson, yes, our recommendation is to continue to prohibit private entities from installing aeration in publicly owned ponds.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. I will say that I may be open to something along the lines that Councilmember Lohman floated, in terms of other ways of, like, maybe doing a pilot project with more rigorous study or something like that. I worry about the liability. I'm concerned about being obligated to allow something on public property, even if our professional staff disagrees with doing it. I guess I kind of in the camp of the mayor, that I think there are a lot of some people want to do something here, and I think that's fantastic, but I just don't see that opening it up across the city with a policy that allows it everywhere without a more strict review makes sense at this time. So I guess that's where I'm at.
Councilmember Martin?
Thank you very much, Mayor. First off, a huge thank you to staff. I know we've had a lot of discussion on this, and I think the two options you came back with are pretty good direction based off of what we had indicated previously. I also appreciate where my colleagues are coming from on this one. I understand there's a lot of nuance around it. I guess from my perspective, if there was a massive amount of demand and I thought there was going to be a rush for permits on this, I would be more concerned about option two. But I just keep coming back to the fact that we had some residents say, hey, our pond's kind of gross. We want to do something about it. And I appreciate the research staff has put forward, but I guess I have a kind of a tough time just getting super concerned about saying, okay, we've got a permit process in place. We've got a waiver option on the insurance. And this is going to be entered into with the idea that we're actively studying what the impact is in that pond. And granted, the scope of this obviously isn't anywhere near something like the Opportunity Housing Ordinance. But I think Bloomington has been a leader in saying, you know what, other cities may not be doing this. And the science out there, there's folks that say it's not going to do much. Who knows? Let's give it a shot. Let's run it for a few years, see how it goes, and then we'll be able to say one way or the other, here's the report, it didn't do anything, and we can share that with residents when they come back to us down the road wanting to do something similar. So again, I'd be comfortable moving forward with option two. Give it a shot, see what happens. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work.
Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I've been thinking about this, so as staff has presented and so on, and I guess I I guess I kind of come down more along the lines of where Councilmember Martin is. I think, his point to demand really kind of sort of settles the debate for me. I think if this were something that were going to be happening on every public pond in the city, I think a more strict review process is probably in order. I think that's why, I raised the question earlier about, opportunity to sort of review this after the fact and come back to it and see what the results have been. I think this is an opportunity where, where folks have come to us, not necessarily having the details worked out. But they brought something forward and staff worked on it. And, now we can give folks the opportunity to improve their neighborhood, improve our city. And I think that is a good thing. So I think reviewing it in a few years, taking a look at where things go, seeing ultimately what comes of these efforts, excuse me. I think that is to me a fairly minimal cost for the potential that we could get from folks being able to do this. I think liability, of course, is going to be a concern. But I share staff's opinion that it's probably a fairly minimal one. I think going through this permit process and organizing things and doing all the things you need to do, Devin, in addition to, what was it, $150 for the permit and $50 to renew it? I mean, just over 5 years, that's what, $350? That's not an insignificant, investment. And I think that to me demonstrates a level of commitment that would be needed, in addition, of course, to paying for all the equipment and maintaining it and all of that. So, I am, I guess, of the opinion that this is something we can try out, and as Councilmember Martin said, if it doesn't work out, if it is indeed detrimental to water quality, if we're having a lot of issues with abandoned equipment or liability or whatever it is, then we can work quickly and address it then. But I'm from what I've seen and heard so far, I'm reasonably comfortable moving forward with option 2.
Councilmember Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm also comfortable moving forward with option 2. Based on what I have heard and what I read in the staff report, there's pretty minimal risk in doing so and minimal staff time needed to invest in this effort. I also appreciate that the data we can collect will contribute to kind of a broader body of research. And then, if there are negative effects or the research becomes more conclusive, we can always revisit. The other piece is that the Sustainability Commission supports moving forward with this option. And so I think between these different factors, I'm comfortable moving forward with option 2.
Councilmember Lohman.
Mayor, you succinctly said everything, almost everything that I was going to say. So I'm not going to repeat that from what you said there. The one question I did have for staff is that let's say if we did pass option 2 and we wanted to roll this back, what implications would we have? Would those folks who already have the aerations, in their ponds, would they be grandfathered in? How would that operate? How would that work?
Mayor and council members, Councilmember Lohman, like we talked about, after the first year, the permit can be renewed in 3-year increments. And if we determine that these are having, detrimental impacts on the pond, then the permit would not be renewed, and the property owners would no longer be able to provide aeration in those ponds. So that equipment would, have to be removed and, would be no longer of use, I guess.
Thank you for that. What I'd say to you, Mayor, is, I'm certainly open at another period of time, maybe looking at something, or maybe working with these particular folks who are interested in trying to do something with this particular neighborhood within my own district. I'm certainly interested in considering something else to further those ideas of research. But in terms of what this is right now, that option 2, I just cannot support that in terms of what that means from an encroachment standpoint and all the items that you've listed quite succinctly, Mayor. At this point, I can't support this. Thank you.
Councilmember Nelson.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. I gotta admit, I'm a little bit confused. So if there's a detrimental impact, we don't have to renew the permit, but if staff believes that there will be a detrimental impact, we have to provide a permit. Can you clarify how that process works and what staff can do in terms of if they don't think it's if they think it's gonna be harmful on the front end, what they can do and what authority they have?
Mayor and council members, Councilmember Nelson, overall staff believes that the risk is fairly low for impacts. We don't believe that we're going to see any significant beneficial impacts, and at this point, we don't believe that we're going to see any significant kind of detrimental impacts or negative impacts. In all honesty, most of the fountains and the small bubblers and things of that nature are more of an aesthetic type approach, more so than water quality. We may get some water quality benefit from them. The literature suggests otherwise. However, as I've stated, each of these ponds is kind of its own entity and a subject of its contributing watershed. So it's really hard to put them all in a box and say that they're all going to function in this manner. And so, with that thought, through conversation with permit applicant, we can kind of go over, some of the characteristics of a particular pond and talk about, what impacts may or may not arise, enlighten them potentially to some additional potential management strategies that may be available. But ultimately, it's my opinion that if somebody is really interested in doing it, that we would most likely allow it to happen and then use that review period and their data collection to help fuel our decision for moving forward.
That makes sense. I appreciate that. And so just my own commentary on this is I agree with my colleagues in terms of the low demand, and that's partly why I tend towards option 1 and some type of process to do pilot programs. Let's be blunt. We have a group that's very interested in doing this. They seem to want to work really hard. And I would love to see, Brian, your team focus and work with them to make it work as best as possible and work together with them. And as opposed to putting out a permit process that's generic standard across the city and allowing anyone to jump into this right now. If there is further demand, I think maybe that merits going and expanding to option 2. But right now, I think we should just work with that group and we should figure out what works there, and we should try to make it as successful as it possibly can be. I've heard that maybe there's some doubt about whether or not will be successful. I know from that group, they think it will be. Let's work with them. Let's find a way to make that work. Let's just focus on that, put our efforts towards that, and not try to manage an entire process, not change a bunch of ordinances citywide on this until we've, have a proof of concept, until we've figured out that this will work. That's just my opinion on this matter. I am not saying don't work with that group. I am saying work with that group more focused, more determined, more specifically, and let's find a way to make it work if it can.
Thank you, Councilmember Nelson. I would agree with that. I see Councilmember Coulter and Councilmember Lohman, and I'm going to get to you in just a moment here, but I know we've got a caller on the line who said he was on the line for the public hearing. So, Council, what I would like right now is a motion to reopen the public hearing so we can maybe correct some of these technical flaws that we had earlier and hear from a caller who wishes to call in on this.
So, second.
We've got a motion by Nelson, a second by Councilmember Lohman to reopen the public hearing. No further council discussion. Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga,
Aye.
Carter,
Aye.
Coulter,
Aye.
Loman,
Aye.
Martin,
Aye.
Nelson,
Aye.
Mayor Bussey.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. We've reopened the public hearing on item 7.1. As I said, to double back and hopefully correct some of the technical glitches that we are experiencing. Ms. Wilson, can we see if we can get that caller on to speak to us on this item?
Nora, this is Chris. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Do we have a Dan Nizolek on the line, please?
Yes, ma'am. Opening his line. Dan, your line is open.
Hello, Mayor.
Good evening, Dan. Sorry about the technical glitch there. I apologize.
Oh, no problem. We live it too over in St. Paul, the wonderful world of technology. Thank you so much for accommodating. I really want to thank you and the council for allowing to reopen the public hearing. I greatly appreciate it. I just want to hit upon a couple things really quick. One is to, first of all, from the Winchester Pond neighborhood, really encourage you to allow this to occur. A couple things that I just wanted to point out. At the Sustainability Commission, staff actually recommended option 2. I'm going to read the staff recommendation that they provided to the Sustainability Commission. Add exception to ordinance to allow aeration on public ponds that support research efforts that 1, provide additional public opportunity educational involvement, 2, provides guidance on future natural resource management, and 3, provides ability to cease installation if negative impacts become known. So I guess I am really sort of troubled, and in fact, as a neighborhood, we didn't think we had to organize for this public hearing because we've done previously, and I think a number of council members have heard from myself and my neighbors. We saw the Sustainability Commission receive this recommendation from staff, and the Sustainability Commission recommended it. I would request, if nothing else, if the council is not able to approve this tonight, is you give myself and my neighborhood a chance to reach out to the council members to educate on the purpose of this ordinance amendment. So the questions being raised is, 1, there's substantial research being done right now by the University of Minnesota because stormwater ponds have not been properly researched. They didn't realize till recently that salt creates stratification within ponds. So there's a major research effort going on by the University of Minnesota around this issue. We want to be a part of that. I've already reached out and I'm working with the University of Minnesota around stormwater ponds. We're looking to see if we can intern if this ordinance is approved. If this ordinance is not approved, we cannot just do a pilot project because this prohibits basically private residents doing stormwater research on a public pond. There's minimal risk to the city. There's major gain. We're talking about, as a neighborhood, we're willing to invest $3,000 to $5,000 to put aeration into our pond. We're willing to do all the research and make sure that it works. If it doesn't work, we're going to pull it out before the city does. In regards to some of the council members and raising the concerns about equity, as I've indicated numerous times to city staff and council members, we are willing to work with other neighborhoods throughout the city to find the grant opportunities that are available. And there are thousands of dollars as we've thrown through Winchester Pond. I really implore you, I really ask on behalf of the Winchester Pond neighbors, is to approve option 2, the ordinance amendment allowing private residents to work with the city to do it. You have the ability to pull it out. This is a chance to make what is a issue for the city, which is the quality of our stormwater, to make it better in partnership with residents. So I ask you, please adopt it. I guarantee it's going to be something that's a benefit to you, to our city, and much appreciated by residents. I want to thank you for the time tonight, and hopefully we'll have your vote. Thank you.
And thank you. Thanks for your patience with our technical issues. Ms. Wilson, is there anyone else on the line who wishes to speak to item 7.1?
Nora, would you please call again for anyone who wishes to speak?
No one wishes to speak. You may continue.
Council, should we take it on a leap of faith that there is no one left on the line to speak and vote to close the public hearing a second time here? And look for a motion.
So moved, Coulter.
Second, Martin.
We have a motion and a second to close the public hearing on item 7.1. Hearing no further discussion. Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga,
Aye.
Carter,
Aye.
Coulter,
Aye.
Loman,
Aye.
Martin,
Aye.
Nelson,
Aye.
Mayor Bussey.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0 to close the public hearing for a second time on item 7.1. Again, Councilmember Coulter, Councilmember Lohman, I see your hands. Let me just toss this. I think that Councilmember Nelson brought forward a strong recommendation, maybe a compromise on this. The notion of staying with to stay with the staff recommendation, choice 1, but then to authorize staff to enter into a demonstration project with the Winchester neighborhood and go forward on this. It would give us an opportunity basically to see where this would work, how this would work, and it wouldn't require us to change our ordinance completely, as Councilmember Nelson said, but an opportunity to move forward on this particular project. And if we get additional projects, we can talk about additional demonstration projects if necessary. It's just a possible way to move forward. I think Councilmember Nelson framed it up very nicely, and I think it would be one possibility that we could look at. Councilmember Coulter, Councilmember Lohman, and then Councilmember Carter. Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, and I mean, that was the sort of the substance of my question is, if we do adopt option 1, I guess I would need to know a little bit more about what that would look like. It seems to me like option 1 would kind of preclude that, unless it's specifically sort of written into the language, or if there is some kind of specific delineation here. To be frank, I'm still just much more comfortable with option 2. I mean, I think given the fact that staff has the power, yes, there may not be as much sort of leeway or discretion in terms of issuing the initial permit, but staff would have the power to not renew a permit if there is reason not to moving forward. So I'm open to that discussion, but it seems to me the better way to approach this is to go with option 2 and then revisit it from there if it looks to be detrimental, rather than going with option 1 and, but we'll work out, some other agreement with this neighborhood group. So, I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I'm open to the discussion, but I think the simpler approach is just to go with option 2.
Councilmember Lohman.
Thank you, Mayor. And I was just gonna, say that, yeah, I would be very open to that compromise. Mayor, you mentioned, one of my chief issues with this option 2 is, we've got an equity problem with this, the way it's set up. And that's going to persist. And I think we need to kind of do a little more thinking around that. And so I would like a pilot before we get into that part of it. That's just one of my issues with this, along with a number of other items. And so I feel a lot more comfortable with a compromise where we're able to get something a little bit slower. And then we could maybe look to doing more items. But the way this is set up, I think that's as far as I could go right now in terms of a compromise.
Councilmember Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. So I actually completely see that this going with a pilot project to me is actually the inequitable way to go about this, because it only gives an opportunity to one neighborhood that has the resources to be able to do this. I think that we're limiting the opportunity for anybody else in our community. And if we're going to do a pilot, I think we need to open it up and ask for interest, promote it as an option, see if we have smaller ponds in different parts of our community that are interested in doing this. I just think by defaulting to, the group that has had the time, energy, and resources to advocate for this and to let them do it and not allow any other neighborhood in our community that might have interest, to me, that's inequity. That is limiting opportunity, and it's perpetuating the inequities that we see. So that's my personal opinion, but wanted to provide a different perspective on that.
Councilmember Beloga.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to hear from the city attorney how it would operate if option 1 passed, that we could still go forward with one or more test sites, if you would. I see an option being quite clear using option one, and I don't understand the mechanics of how we could work around that. But if the city attorney could opine on that, I would appreciate it.
Ms. Manderscheid, good evening, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor members. So yeah, we're trying to figure that out actually right now. One of the things that I've been thinking about is our current encroachment policy and how part of the project would involve amending that to allow for this type of encroachment onto public land. So, we would need to figure out a way to move forward on that. If we, perhaps we could adopt option one, and then we could work with this, the particular caller that called in to install a public system and monitor a public system in the neighborhood, and monitor that one. It doesn't address necessarily the equity concerns that have been raised or the diverse locations that have been discussed, but that would be one option. I think we're trying to come up with some things to get you to go forward on this, but I would suggest perhaps hearing from Brian Greedle on the city's encroachment policy, and maybe he can suggest a way forward if we tweak that.
Mr. Greedle?
Mayor and council members. So, we do, within the engineering group, we do often run into, uses, whether that be of the public right of way or various easements or other things of that nature across the city. And we do use an encroachment agreement to help facilitate some of these desires by private property owners to either use easements for their own kind of private use, so to speak, similar to what we're talking about here. And it's so the encroachment policy or the encroachment agreement is similar to the aeration permit, where they are essentially signing on that they acknowledge that this is still their responsibility. And should the city need use of that easement for its original intended purposes, that the encroachment agreement applicant is responsible for removing that equipment. So there's a lot of similarities that I see between the encroachment policy if there was the desire to have more of a pilot approach to this rather than adopting option two.
Mr. Mayor, follow up.
Councilmember Beloga.
Would it be useful to hold this over to give staff a little more time to work and think this through and then bring it back in a meeting or two?
I think that probably wouldn't hurt. I would look at Mr. Verbrugge for advice or input on that, how busy our schedule is in the upcoming meetings here.
Mr. Mayor and council members, I think we'd probably be looking at the middle of June to bring it back. Our next couple meetings are quite full. The question I have is if the council is interested in the pilot project or demonstration project approach, is that direction to staff to work on that and bring it back sufficient enough to move ahead with option one, or do you want to just withhold action here until you are comfortable with the terms of it? I mean, is the council inclined to consider option two if we find the terms or parameters of a pilot project unworkable?
Is that helpful, Councilmember Beloga?
It helps me, but I'm not sure that I can speak for the entire council. So, for my part, I'm favoring option one under the circumstances, and then asking staff to look for the opportunity to do a pilot project or a test pilot on this body of water and work with the neighborhood to see what results we get. The con to that quite honestly is that one data point does not necessarily create a good position then to go forward with to amend the ordinance in the future, because as Mr. Grudel has said many times over tonight, that these ponds are very different from one another, and with seasonality, higher rainfall, drought conditions, it varies. So, there's quite a bit to think about, and I'm just processing it for myself. So I'll pass the baton here.
Councilmember Carter and then Councilmember Lohman. Councilmember Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. I was actually just going to make the same point Councilmember Beloga just did. I think my proposal would be that we treat the next 3 years as a pilot, and we allow any neighborhood that wants to put an aeration device or, go through the appropriate permitting process. Because I just don't think that we're going to get really good data from an N of 1. I think we're going to have ponds across the city participating if we're using that as the basis for how we make decisions in the future. I'm not comfortable having one pond be the pilot project that we base our future decisions on. So again, I would propose that we treat the next 3 years as our pilot phase, where we're collecting data across the ponds that are in use, that have an aeration device put in or in use, versus allowing just one pond. It just doesn't seem to make much sense to me, but thank you.
Councilmember Lohman.
Yeah, Mayor, I'm supportive of having this pended over and coming back. Certainly I never said just one neighborhood. Part of my issue with this option 2 is it just assumes that just by opening it up that we're going to see these neighborhoods that are economically disadvantaged just simply apply. And I think that means that we're going to need to have the city take a role in terms of trying to be at the table in terms of this equity process. And that's one of the reasons why equity does not necessarily mean just opportunity. So I have to make the distinction between those two things. And so from my perspective, I think that the better way to go forward is to be really intentional about what we're trying to do, to identify and also then fund either through a grant or some other process, and put together a well thought out proposal that actually allows us to do the measuring and to review what we're going to do here, get a data set across the city, and actually do that. So I think the best option is what Councilmember Nelson has put forward, that we look to do option number 1, get ourselves a data set of folks, as Councilmember Beloga said. One data point is not, you said that very succinctly, what we should base an entire ordinance on. And I would remind folks that at this point, we really only have 1 or 2 folks that are requesting this. And so I think we should go back to the table and have a look at this. That's just one council member's perspective.
Councilmember Martin.
Thank you, Mayor. Just maybe if it helps with the head count, because I know we've got some pretty massive items on the rest of the agenda here, and folks at home might be kind of surprised we spent this long talking about bubbles in a pond. I'm willing to support option 1 with a pilot project. I trust staff to move forward with that and give us a good recommendation back. I'd also support option 2 if that'll get us to a majority vote, but just hoping to keep things moving tonight. We got a lot of big topics.
We do indeed, Councilmember Martin. So, Council, I think we've heard a lot of different options here, different possibilities. Frankly, I'd look for a motion one way or another to move the process along again, one way or another. I'm happy to entertain the motion from whoever wants to trot this out and see where we stand and see where we go from there.
Mayor, then I'd like to suggest option 1, I'll move that motion with the pilot program and I guess also to postpone it till June, I think is when the manager said that to bring this back.
So to clarify, Councilmember Lohman, are you moving option one, or are you moving a continuance of this whole thing until mid-June and we continue the discussion there?
Yeah, I'm gonna move. I guess I could just move a continuation back to June 1st because I think we need to see more details of option one. But yeah, that's what I'm moving.
We've got a motion to, what's the correct word, Dwayne? Is it continue or table? We've had this discussion, and I know, and I keep forgetting this. This is
I think we know what we mean. We want to postpone it, so I think
to postpone, to table this to table this item until date certain, the first meeting perhaps of June, to allow staff to look at more detail and possibilities regarding a pilot program. Is that basically what you were saying, Councilmember Lohman?
Sounds fantastic. That's what I'm moving.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Mayor, would this be June 7th?
That's exactly what I was thinking, Ms. Mandershad. Thank you.
Okay.
Second.
Beloga.
We have a motion and a second to table item 7.1 to our June 7th meeting, and with a direction to staff to look at possibilities or put together a framework, I guess, of a demonstration or a pilot program that would address the concerns of the staff or concerns of the council as stated, and allow us to move forward there. Any further discussion? Hearing no one coming forward, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga,
Aye.
Carter,
Aye.
Coulter,
Aye.
Lohman,
Aye.
Martin,
Aye.
Nelson,
Aye.
Mayor Bussey.
Aye, motion carries 7-0. We will come back at this again on June 7th, and staff, I think if you need more information on this, I think we've pretty much chewed it up, so I think we know what direction we're headed here, or what folks are looking for in some of the questions they would have on all of this. All right, thank you very much, Council. Thanks for that discussion. Let's move on to the rest of our agenda. So I inadvertently and incorrectly mentioned when we started item 7 that we had 4 public hearings. In fact, we have 1 public hearing, 2 resolution considerations, and a public comment in our 4 items. And items 7.2 and 7.3 are discussion of resolutions that officially are not public hearings. But we've been down these roads before. I think folks understand the charter bond sales, the discussion that we're going to have. So this is officially not a public hearing, but this is a resolution for the reimbursement resolution and the authorizing issuance of sale and general obligation charter bonds. So, Ms. Economy Scholler, good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This evening, we have the taxable GO charter bond series for 2021. Part of that, as we move through this, is just reminding Council that we are one of 40 municipal governments of more than 19,500 nationwide that have the 3 AAAs. That is from Standard & Poor's, Moody's credit rating, and Fitch credit rating agency. So it is always a good reminder of what we have and how sustainable that we want to continue to be in regards to our debt. Before the Council this evening is a reimbursement resolution for 2 items. The first up is the reimbursement resolution for, a piece on that is for the charter bonds for 2021 in the dollar amount of $3,950,000. This is our ceiling amount. And so we're hoping that when all the bids come in through hopefully the end of June for all of these pieces, that this amount can be considerably less, generally in the neighborhood of $3.2 million. But what we've seen in the past is that as prices still need to come in on items, we want to make sure we have a ceiling as just to make sure that if we're going to do all these pieces, that we can cover them. Any of these pieces that come before council that are over $175,000 will come to council for approval. This evening you had two of the school projects on there. So just to go through some of the project pieces, Dred Scott, we have the lighting. This is one more phase of the Dred Scott piece of that. It is fencing, replacing the athletic fields that were installed in 1985. It is safety nets for fields 5 through 7. Tennis courts, there's 6 tennis courts that are being replaced. On the on the Herbeck dugouts, there's many financing sources here. There's donations out there, and there's some grant funds. The Herbeck dugout field piece that dugouts that we're funding is less than 300,000. So the rest of the replacement for these 4 dugouts is through other financing sources. There's electronic reader board signs at 3 different areas for Normandale Lakes, Dred Scott, and Valley View. And then playground projects. This evening, the council approved the 2 playground projects. Again, we split the costs with the school district 50-50. And as part of the Dred Scott, or the whole charter bond piece of this. So the charter bonds would be, again, at 3.9. Hopefully, we're below the $3.4 million and closer to the 3.2 million, but we will not know that until late June. And then a 10-year term. This is a 30-day reverse referendum. So timing wise, we will put this out there in the newspaper to be published next week. And then after 30 days, which would be approximately June 21st, we can move forward with the project. And the actual commencement is this summer. One of the reader boards will not be completed until early spring, and property taxes will pay the debt service on these bonds. So again, just coming through some of the timing. Here's this evening's the 2 items, the reimbursement resolution. The other piece of the reimbursement resolution that we have is for capital improvement bonds for the fire station 4 in the neighborhood of $10 million. We would be coming back to the council several more times on the fire station. This is just to ensure that we have this out there, and the council would, as we would do things with this fire station, be bonding for that. And then we have the authorization resolution this evening for the charter bonds for just the park projects. Again, timing wise, the announcement for the charter bonds would be in the Sun Current next Thursday, and then it would go for 30 days. We added down to so make sure it's a work day. Monday the 21st would be the last day if there's a petition for that. If we do receive a petition, then it's up to the council to decide, should we proceed with this? And then it would go to a referendum if we have enough petitions. If not, and we've been successful on the last 2 charter bonds of not having a petition, we would issue the bonds on the 9th of August, and then we would have the proceeds on September 9th. We would be looking for the capital improvement bonds for the fire station, either authorizing them late 2021 and maybe depending on timing, some of the pieces that we're seeing just on the fire station when we're talking about planning that right now, the steel is taking 11 to 13 months to order. So we may have some items that we may need to bring to council earlier to get the steel that we would need to be in the fire station building ordered before we actually issue the bond. So pieces on the fire station will come to council as it proceeds on that. So at this point, we have the 2 motions before the council. Is there any questions? Julie Eddington, our bond attorney, is also available if you have bonding questions.
Thank you, Ms. Economy Shoulder. Thank you, Ms. Eddington, for being with us this evening. We got a question, Councilmember Beloga. Councilmember Beloga.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Lori. I had just a nit, and that is the reader board sign at Normandale Lake. That's the one on Chalet Road that displays the parking for the various lots. Is that correct?
Mayor, Councilmember Beloga, I am not certain which reader board is in the CIP at Normandale Lakes. I mean, I I know the general area. I don't know the reader boards that are there. I know we have some park and recreation people on the agenda tonight. Maybe one of them might be able to, maybe Em might be able to speak about which one it is.
Councilmember Beloga, I'm not sure. I just asked Mr. Verbrugge, and he's not sure either. If we have any of our parks folks who are on for some of the later items on our agenda, if they could help us out with that, that'd be great. Otherwise, this might be something we have to get back to you on, Councilmember Beloga.
Well, that's the only reader board that I can. Bring.
We do have our Ann Catry available. Ms. Catry, are you there?
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor and members of the council. This actually is a brand new reader board that would go on the corner of Normandale Boulevard. This is not anything that exists currently. So this is a brand new electronic style board that would go on the corner.
That's excellent. And the reason I wanted to have some discussion about if it was the replacement is that I believe Three Rivers Park District provided that reader board for the parking guidance to users of this Highland Hills. So thank you for that clarification. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thanks for jumping up so quickly, Ms. Catry. Appreciate it. Council, additional questions? Any questions on this? I'm glad to see what this is going toward. Dred Scott, what is it, 40 years old? I think it was built in the 1970s, sometime in the 70s, I believe. And frankly, it's starting to show its age a little bit. And it's nice to see these projects following up the projects that we've done over the last couple of years, including replacing the wheelhouse. The lighting obviously needs to be replaced there. It's one of the more creatively wired lighting projects that I've seen in a public park area. So I'm glad to see that. It's just, Dred Scott, it needs some reinvestment right now. It's been a center of community for 40 years, and it needs some TLC right now to become, once again, a premier park in Bloomington and frankly across the metro. I know it does host a number of softball tournaments and state tournaments across the metro. So encouraged to see this and excited by it.
Mr. Mayor, if there's no one else stepping forward, I'd be happy to make the motion.
Councilmember Beloga.
Move to adopt the reimbursement resolution for 2021 charter bonds and capital improvement bonds.
Second, Carter.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Beloga and a second by Councilmember Carter to adopt the resolution and the resolution and the reimbursement resolution for the charter bonds and capital improvement bonds. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga.
Aye.
Carter.
Aye.
Coulter.
Aye.
Lohman. Councilmember Lohman. We shall come back to him. Councilmember Martin.
Aye.
Nelson.
Aye.
Mayor Bussey.
Aye.
And Councilmember Lohman.
Councilmember Lohman, we must be having some technical difficulties there, so motion carries 6-0. Now on item 7.3, Councilmember Beloga.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Move to adopt a resolution authorizing the issuance and sale of general obligation charter bonds, Series 2021A.
Second, Carter.
We have a motion by Councilmember Beloga, second by Councilmember Carter on item 7.3, which is the issuance and sale of general obligation charter bonds, Series 2021A. Hearing no further council discussion on this, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga.
Aye.
Carter.
Aye.
Coulter.
Aye.
Lohman. Martin.
Aye.
Nelson.
Aye.
Mayor Bussey.
Aye.
And one last call for Councilmember Lohman.
Must be having some technical difficulties in the Lohman household, so motion carries 6-0. Thank you much for that. And we will move on. We're going to move on to item 7.4, which is not officially a public hearing, but it's a public comment. And it's a public comment on our citizen participation plan related to our community development block grant coronavirus program. Erica Coleman, our HRA director, is here to lead us through this. Good evening. Welcome. Thanks for being here tonight.
Thank you. I just have a very short PowerPoint presentation. So the Citizen Participation Plan, as you said, the Community Development Block Grant Coronavirus Program, also known as CDBG-CV. And so the funding availability, the council is asked to adopt the Citizen Participation Plan to ensure that residents of the city of Bloomington, particularly persons of low and moderate income and not-for-profit organizations eligible to receive CDBG-CV funds, are encouraged to participate in the planning and implementation of CDBG-CV funded activities, specifically tied to the city's application for additional funding through the Minnesota Department of Employment and Economic Development Small Cities Grant Program. Better known as Minnesota DEED, has received additional CARES Act funding from the CDBG program. Entitlement CDBG communities, like Bloomington, are usually unable to apply for the Small Cities Grant Funds. Congress provided an exception for entitlement communities to apply for CDBG-CV funds related to COVID-19 activities. The DEED CDBG-CV program is designed to help non-entitlement and entitlement communities or counties to prepare, prevent, or respond to the health and economic impacts of COVID-19. The activities must serve primarily low to moderate income persons. Staff is preparing an application for these funds for a total of $155,000 from the list of eligible activities as determined by DEED. Staff will be recommending at the May 24th City Council meeting that the application be for the maximum amount allowed for the following two activities. Housing assistance for $120,000, which may be used for rent payments, mortgage assistance, or utility payments, including payment of up to 6 months back due payments, and food shelf assistance of $35,000, which can be provided to food shelves and or pantries with increased access to food and delivery support for low to moderate income individuals and or families, seniors, and people living with disabilities economically impacted by the pandemic and or inability to access nutritious food. If awarded funding, a city selection process will determine the community partners to receive funds from the DEED grant. The Citizen Participation Plan must be adopted before the hearing for the grant application that will occur on May 24th City Council meeting. Tonight, we are accepting comments on the Citizen Participation Plan. Through this, though this is technically not a public hearing. At its May 24th meeting, the City Council will be requested to approve a resolution of support for staff application to the CDBG-CV program and to conduct a public hearing. Staff is recommending the adoption of the Citizen Participation Plan for the DEED CDBG-CV Small Cities Grant Funds. I have a suggested motion and I will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Coleman. Staff, any questions? No questions. So I will turn to the public then. This is officially a public comment opportunity ahead of the May 24th public hearing on this, but this is a public comment opportunity regarding our citizen participation plan. Ms. Wilson, do we have anyone on the line who wishes to speak to item 7.4?
Nora, this is Chris. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Nora, do we have any callers that wish to speak?
No one's on queue, ma'am. You may continue.
Do we have any callers that aren't in the queue?
No one, ma'am.
Okay.
You may proceed.
Thank you.
We have no callers coming forward for our public comment on item 7.4. Council, any additional comments or questions on the citizen participation plan as part of the CDBG coronavirus program? Is that buzzer mean my time is up now? Is it? I got the question wrong. That's what it was. Council, anything additional? If not, I would look for a motion on this.
Mr. Mayor, I can make the motion.
Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mayor. I will move to adopt the citizen participate. Oh, just ran away from me and I don't have, oh, there we go. I moved out of my iPad. This is, I will move to adopt the citizen participation plan as part of the Community Development Block Grant Coronavirus Program.
Second, Martin.
We have a motion by Councilmember Coulter, a second by Councilmember Martin to adopt the citizen participation plan as part of the CDBG coronavirus program. Hearing no further comments from the council, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye.
And I received notification that Councilmember Lohman has stepped away.
Council, so the motion carries 6-0. And just to be clear for everybody watching, so that was a public comment period, but we will have a public hearing on Monday, May 24th, as an opportunity for resident input and recommendations for any proposals or questions related to the community development and housing needs and proposed grant eligible CDBG CV activities. So we'll, at that public hearing, we'll have a lot more information on activities, locations, overall cost, proposed financing, and so on. So thank you very much, Ms. Coleman. Appreciate it. Thanks for sticking with us this evening. Appreciate it. All right, Ms. Wilson, we have reached the end of our public input portion of our meeting. So why don't we release our operator now, if we could?
Nora?
There is no one in queue, ma'am. You may proceed.
Nora, we are all done with the public comment portions of our meeting, so you can go ahead and disconnect the line.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your assistance tonight.
Thank you, Nora. Appreciate your help. We will move on to item 8 on our agenda, which is our organizational business. And item 8.1 is our 2021 assessment report. This is a discussion item. It's information only. We're kind of getting into what would be the study meeting session of our meeting tonight, where we're going to be collecting a lot of information from staff on a variety of topics. And this first one, as I said, the assessment report, and our city assessor, Matt Gershmal, is here tonight with us to give us the assessment report. Good evening. And you are on mute, Mr. Gershmal.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes, indeed.
Perfect. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Tonight we're going to talk a little bit about the 2021 assessment report. On our agenda tonight, first and foremost, I'm going to be talking about the online property database that we launched this spring, and then follow it up with the assessment report. I was planning to do a residential market update, but we'll include that in the agenda packet for the Excel document that I've included in tonight's presentation. So this spring we did launch an online property database that can be found by visiting blm.mn/property-info, or you can navigate to it from the city's website by looking at the resident or the business menu drop down and click on property info. It will bring you to this page here, which is our new online portal. You can enter the database by clicking here. We also have a number of links regarding all the different information we have on our website about market value, appealing property assessment, the assessment report, and about 5 or 6 other reports are listed here. We also have additional information about some services that Hennepin County provides, like filing homestead online and paying property taxes, as well as doing looking up legal descriptions and some recorded documents through the Hennepin County property information search. So what can you find on our property database? You can search by address or property ID number. We do have 6 years of value history online, You can look up current ownership and recent sales information. We also have information on land size of each of the parcels. There's building attribute level information, such as the year built, square footages, number of bedrooms and bathrooms, and then a photo and a sketch of each of the properties is out online. So brand new for 2021, and we're very excited to have this information available. Secondly, as I mentioned, the assessment report is online, and you can access it by the short link, blm.mn/assess. That's a photo of the current assessment report. I'm going to jump into the timeline. I like to start off all of the conversations we have about market value and property tax by just orientating ourselves. And so tonight we're sitting here in May of 2021, and we're talking about the January 2nd, 2021 assessment that was set. We said that assessment, I want to make sure that it's clear, was based off of sales that occurred 3 to 15 months prior to January of 21. So that was October of 19 through September of 2020. Those sales get trended forward for market conditions to set the January 2nd, 2021 value. We mailed notices in March, and we just wrapped up the local boards of appeal and equalization. And there's only one level of appeal and equalization left before the tax base is generally set for 2021, pay 2022, and that's the June Hennepin County Boards of Appeal. That information, along with the levy decisions by the city, county, and school districts in September, will determine property taxes that are paid next year. So really a 3-year timeline when we start talking about value and taxes. The other piece that I point out to you, and I'm not going to go into great detail tonight on it, but sales transactions that have occurred October, November, December, January, February, March, and April, during this time period, it's been well documented that the residential market values have been increasing this spring, are going to be used for the 22 assessment. So not only do we have an increasing market for the 21 assessment, we are prime right now with interest rates being low for another assessment where residential properties will be increasing. So I want to make sure that I hit that tonight. Looking at the 21 assessment results, we do have a divergent markets, markets that are going in different directions. Residential was up 6.2%, industrial 4.5%, and multifamily up 11.7%. The key takeaway there is we added almost 1,500 apartment units in 2021, which was $171 million of new construction. Netting out new construction, apartments were only up 1.2%. And then we have the commercial markets, which were impacted by COVID, most notably hospitality and retail. And so commercial decreased almost 10%, not including new construction. Total city market value is almost $15 billion, and it is an increase from last year, 2.6%. New construction total was almost $220 million of new construction. And even net of that, the market, our tax base is up about 1.1%. This slide just kind of shows, again, illustrating that we've got residential, multifamily, and industrial. Here's 0%, all increasing, and commercial value is decreasing. This is the first time, and this is a big chart, but I'll orientate you that this is 21 we're in payable year here on the timeline. So for taxes payable in 22, we've got residential increasing and commercial decreasing. we've been here before. The last time it's happened was 2013. It was the opposite direction, residential decreasing, commercial increasing. And the last time before that, that actually mirrors what's happening today, is residential increased in 2004 and commercial decreased in 2004. So it is as our theme says, a year like no other. This definitely was a year not like many. I wouldn't say it's not like any other, but it's not like many. So I do want to just point that out in this timeline. And so when we look at the tax capacity comparison, we've always stated that the city of Bloomington is a 50-50 community. Half of our tax base is in residential, including multifamily, and then the other half is in commercial. For 2022, we do see commercial slipping a little bit, down 3%. Residential, that burden is shifting a little bit, up 2%. But the one big takeaway that I'd like to point out is the amount of multifamily new construction. And in the report, it's documented over the last 10 years, we've added about 3,000 housing units, just shy of 3,000 housing units, multifamily housing units. And so the share of the property tax has greatly increased from what was 5-6% prior to 2014 is now up to 11% in 21 pay 22. Moving on, I thought I would highlight here the impacts of COVID-19 and what it had on the hospitality industry, down about almost 24%. And really, it's about just shy of $170 million of property value that we lost. And retail was down about 13%. And that's another just under $190 million of value lost. And what I tell you is that, you know, as we're watching COVID and we're watching, you know, businesses opening back up and office space, you know, the verdict really is still out on the impact that COVID's having on office. And so there was some modest changes in our office markets, but just in general, that the large drivers of commercial value loss was felt in the hospitality and the retail industries, and that is borne out in the assessment report. We went into the 21 assessment process, and I am sorry. Are you seeing the actual graph on your screen?
We're not. We see an arrow going down by 67.4%.
All right, we're going to change gears here. So unfortunately, it looks like the
and there I'm seeing the whole thing. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, unfortunately, my graphics don't look like they want to play nice. So we'll just go through here. We knew going into the 21 assessment, and we've been talking about it a lot, that the hospitality industry was going to be impacted. And so we actually commissioned some report by Hotel Valuation Services to give us an idea of what the hospitality market and when we were going to see that market recover. And what I want to point out is the acronyms at the bottom. We've got average daily rate, we've got revenue per available room, and we've got occupancy. You can see COVID here is in 2021 or 2020. Occupancy, normal market occupancy for our hotel market, and really any hotel market, is around 70%. That's equilibrium. That's what you'd like to achieve. If you're at 70% or higher is when you typically see your asking rent, the room rates increasing if you're at and above 70%. So what we saw, and then I'll back up here, RevPAR, revenue per available room, takes the average daily rate times your occupancy percentage, or the inverse of vacancy percentage of, say, 30%. Then that is reduced to get your revenue per available room. So really what this is revenue. And so what I'm trying to show here is that revenue in 2019 versus 2020 decreased 67%. That is the impact of COVID. That is not what our assessment is trying to measure, however. And I think it's a key point for a lot of folks to understand that that isn't what we're actually measuring here. What we're actually trying to measure is, if the graphics would have worked, we are measuring the income loss that we are projecting in 21, 22, 23. This HVS study is showing a return to equilibrium or a more normal recovery in 24. And so what we're trying to predict and what we're trying to measure is the present value of the income loss over a 10-year period. Why is that important? It's important in a couple ways. The city's using this data in two ways. One, for the valuation of hotel properties, but as Kari's going to present, she's looking at the lodging tax side. This is the lodging tax. This red bar here is the lodging tax, and including this one, is the lodging tax that the city would not otherwise receive because of COVID. When we're measuring the assessment, we're looking forward and we're saying and we're asking ourselves, what would a buyer pay for this hotel as of January 2nd, 2021, knowing that they have this revenue gap in the first 3 years of a holding period? So that's really what we're measuring. And then what I will tell you is, if the market continues to behave and is recovering like it is, what we would project then is, for the 22 assessment, we'd have less income loss that we would be projecting over the next 10-year holding period. So you conceivably could see some valuation gain in hotel for the 22 assessment, as long as the markets are recovering like they seem to be here, and we'll be watching that going forward. But this was the one slide that I wanted to make sure that you understand how we value property, especially on the hospitality and the commercial side of things. With that, I'll jump right into the median value home history. It was up about 7.3%, I believe, is the percentage. We're from 286.4 to 307.2. This is about a 24% increase over the previous peak of 2007. That's good news. The assets are increasing on the residential side. To answer the question, why do we look at the median market value when trying to figure out the growth and the change in the tax base? It's because there's about 3,500 homes located all through the city that are within plus or minus 5% of the median, and the median measures, half the homes above the median market value, half of the homes are below that median market value. And so that's why we use that statistic. And then when we expand out even further to 10%, there's about 7,000 homes that are, plus or minus 10% of the median. And it does show a fairly good representation of the homes that are in Bloomington. I do want to touch on a little bit more of the taxable market value. Anytime that we have an increasing property market and the median value is increasing, the way that the Minnesota property tax laws is set up, the homestead market value exclusion is a declining benefit. And so as your value increases, the benefit from that decreases. So a 7.3% increase in market value, estimated market value, once you take away some of the benefit from the exclusion, the taxable market value is actually up 8.3%. So it is about a 1% difference between the estimated market value and the taxable market value. That gets run through the classification system, which can be complex. But here's a note on the bottom that says residential, the first 500,000 is taxed at tax capacity at 1%. Anything over 500,000 is at 1.25%. Apartments are 1.5%, and commercial industrial is at 2%. We've been asked the question, and I know Kari's going to go into it, is if the city did a flat levy, what would the impact to the median value home be? Because we have a little bit of a tax-based gain this year, with a flat levy, the city's tax rate would decline just a little bit. And so what we're projecting, I believe what's in Kari's information, is about a 7.8% increase in the property taxes, the city portion of the property taxes to the median value home, everything else equal. And so I wanted to make sure I hit that. Just a reminder that the state does have a program set up to deal with cost-burdened individuals. It's in the form of the homestead credit refund and also the renter's property tax refund. There's two different versions. One is income-based. It caps out at $62,960 for a household on the multifamily side, and $116,180 on the home ownership side. And then there's also the special property tax refund. This is the circuit breaker. And if you have a market value increase or tax increase of 12% or more, and at least $100, you may qualify for a property tax refund. And as always, information here can be found on the Minnesota Department of Revenue's website, or these phone numbers listed on the screen, as well as contacting my office. And then just an illustration of the impact that this property tax credit refund can have. Median value of $286,400 has an estimated total tax now of $3521 for the 2021. And if you're in that $70,000, $80,000, $90,000 household income range, you could get back anywhere from 24 to say 36% of your property tax bill by filing the income tax refund if you qualify. As always, talk to your accountant. And then this year we actually added the renter's property tax refund, and we've estimated the average monthly rent in Bloomington at $1,263. And so there is a calculation. So an annual rent of $15,000 roughly. And then they do a imputed tax at 17%. So almost $2,600. And then the household income thresholds are here. And then the amount of savings that you may see is also here for those cost-burdened households that have either low or low income or no income in each of these categories. So just to highlight, the city's real property value increased 2.6% to just shy of $15 billion, which again is a new high for the city. The median value home increased 7.3% to $307,200, which is 23.9% above the 2007 peak. And then the Bloomington's commercial property value decreased 8.7% due to the COVID-19 pandemic. And we also launched, the Bloomington also launched the online property database. And again, you can visit us at blm.mn/property-info. And Mayor, I would stand for any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Gershmelt. Council, any questions? I'll say, Mr. Gershmelt, you're exactly right. I think it's probably not a year like any other, but a year like not many others, especially looking at those differences in the valuations and the assessments for both residential and commercial. I mean, those are significant deviations, one we've never seen before. I mean, that big of difference, we've never seen that before. And just to look at frankly, the average value now, or the home sale prices are astounding right now in across the metro area and the city of Bloomington in general.
Yep, and included in your packet, Mr. Mayor and board members, I do have the April housing statistics that will be uploaded tomorrow morning, so you can see where those are at. And we are seeing about right now we're trending about an 8.5% increase on the residential housing side. That's what we're tracking currently.
That is something else. Councilmember Carter, question?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I have a quick question. So first, thank you so much for all of this information. It's super clear and very helpful. I did want to know if you could just explain why apartment buildings are considered in the residential tax base and not the commercial, since it's the property owners that are paying the taxes. I mean, obviously, I know they pass those on to renters, but could you just talk more about that?
Sure. Yeah. I think it's pre 2001 tax reform. Apartments were taxed more like commercial, and in that tax reform, they wanted to have. I think there was a famous saying: "Is a house is a house is a house," and they wanted to. The legislature wanted to have multifamily residential to be taxed similar to homestead, or not necessarily homesteaded, but non-homesteaded residential. And so the class rates line up fairly close between multifamily residential and non-homesteaded residential. We can certainly get you more details on that, but that was a decision the legislature made in 2001 tax reform, I believe.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Council, additional questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Gershmal. I appreciate it. Appreciate the work that your office always does, and look forward to actually getting onto the new website and taking a look at that and kind of poking around and taking a look and learning a little bit more. But this is always good information. I know it's always kind of dense information. It's not the easiest to understand, but it's good stuff, and it's important to understand as we look at the finances in the future. Budget realities for the city of Bloomington. So thank you very much for it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Let's move on, if we could, Council, to item 8.2, which is, as Mr. Gershmal was saying, is somewhat related. It's our budget update. 2020 year-end, federal ARPA funding, our 2022 tax levy discussion. We've got a lot going on here. Mr. Verbrugge and our budget manager, Kari Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'm going to hand off the first part of the presentation to our budget manager. Kari will walk you through the budget wrapping up the year end of 2020, doing a little forecasting for what's coming in 2022, and then we'll shift after that to talk a little bit about the American Rescue Plan.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening. Welcome.
So as City Manager said, I'm going to start with a 2020 year-end financial review. So 2020 ended much better than anticipated. And how was this possible? If you recall, at this time last year, our end-of-year financial projections for the general fund did not look good. We had an immediate and sharp decline in lodging and admission taxes caused by the pandemic. We were also facing a potential of more than $6 million in property tax delinquency on top of that. And we had to significantly reduce 2020 expenses. And even doing that, we were facing a large hit to the general fund working capital balance and potentially having to transfer money from other funds. And although lodging and admission taxes did come in almost $7 million under budget, the city was fortunate in that permit revenue came in $1 million over budget. And by the end of the year, thankfully, the majority of property taxes had been paid in full, and there was minimal property tax delinquency by year end. Also, as we received updated guidance from the federal treasury on the CARES Act coronavirus relief funds throughout the year, we were able to use $5.2 million of the Federal CARES Act funds to offset COVID expenditures in the general fund, predominantly police and fire. And along with the help of the CARES Act funds and the higher than anticipated permit revenues, the general fund ended positively because 92%, we were 92% of budgeted expenditures, so under budget, and across all the departments, most notably in Public Works and in Parks and Recreation. And so due to all of these factors, the general fund ended with a positive budget variance of 2.5 million and a general fund working capital balance of $39 million. So the working capital goal for the general fund is 40% of budgeted revenues plus the encumbrance rollover and the budget carryover. And the balance at the end of 2020 was $39 million, which is nearly $6 million more than the $33 million goal that's shown here. And we've already modeled a $3 million transfer to the Strategic Priorities Fund, which that would be brought to council for approval later this year. But this can potentially leave close to an additional $3 million that council could possibly also transfer to strategic priorities, depending on 2021 projected general fund revenues, specifically lodging and emission tax revenues. So speaking of lodging and emission tax revenues, since the beginning of the pandemic, a team from finance, assessing, and the Port Authority has been meeting regularly to analyze data and update lodging and emission tax revenue forecasts. We've been using 2019 as a benchmark to measure how much revenue has declined since then, and our forecast is projecting 5 years to get back to our 2019 pre-COVID levels that you just saw in Matt's presentation. So as we update forecasts, we consider and discuss available industry data and including our local, Bloomington lodging performance that we receive every month. And our forecasts have 3 scenarios, which consist of a slow recovery, a moderate recovery, and a fast recovery. And they're adjusted as new data becomes available. And you're probably familiar with those terms and how we forecasted when we did the 2021 budget. So we're continuing to do that. Here are some numbers on lodging and emission taxes, just to kind of put things in perspective. For 2019, the actual lodging and emission tax revenue was $10.4 million. For 2020, it was only $3.2 million. And then our current forecast, these are the current forecasts for 2022. And, and I'll just say there's a lot of uncertainty still, right? With the pandemic and the corresponding economic impacts, things change, every week. But right now we're looking at the slow recovery would be $5.7 million for 2022. A moderate recovery would be $8.1 million, so $2.4 million more. And then the faster recovery, $9 million. And then for tax levy options, as you just saw, the median value home is $307,200, and that's more than 7% over the $286,400 that was used for the 2021 tax levy. And also, as Matt just went over, the increases in residential compared to the stark decreases for commercial are going to cause a shift of the tax allocation to residential. And so even with the 0% increase in the tax levy, there would still be more than a 7% increase in property taxes to the median value home. And each 1% change in increase or decrease in the tax levy equates to about $665,000. So here's some options for the council to consider for the 2022 tax levy. What amount should be transferred from the Strategic Priorities Fund for 2022 tax stabilization? That's one decision. Should we use the slow, moderate, or fast recovery forecast for lodging and emission revenues, tax revenues? How much money should we leave in the general fund working capital balance? Should we leave more there just in case 2021 revenues are lower than budget, or should it also get moved to strategic priorities, the amount that's over the goal? And what are your thoughts for the overall 2022 tax levy amount? The conceptual 2022 tax levy amount was a 0% increase to the tax levy from 2021. And is the consensus to continue to work towards a 0% tax levy, or is there a desire to consider an increase or decrease from the 2021 tax levy? And so that's the end of my part of the presentation. Are there any questions or comments?
Mr. Mayor and council members, I think it's important to say we don't expect answers to these questions today. These are teeing up the discussions that we're going to have over the next couple months. Appreciate the information that Kari and her team have pulled together. As you can imagine, it's been an awful lot of information, and we're doing much more tracking of external trends and indicators than we normally have to do in a budget year. To reiterate what Kari said, we are looking at beginning our budget prep for 2022 with the 0%, which is what we committed to last year when we adopted the 2-year budget for 21 and 22, is we set that 0%. To remind the council, the question about the tax stabilization fund, we set that up recognizing that it was probably going to take us a couple of years to level out on revenues. And so utilizing the strategic priorities fund to soften that impact over a couple of years. So we do have tax levy stabilization projected for a couple of years. We are seeing some indicators, and we'll keep coming back to the council over the next couple months, that is somewhere between slow and moderate. I don't think that we're going to achieve fast recovery. We are seeing some indicators, though, that it is maybe moving a little bit more than we thought it might. So there's some silver linings, but there are still plenty of things that we want to keep our eye on here. So with that quick overview, I'll turn it back to you and the council for any discussion you might have, Mr. Mayor.
Council, any questions or discussion? And again, we're not looking for answers to each of these questions or specific directions, but more just overall reactions to what we've been hearing tonight. Councilmember Martin.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And I do appreciate we're going to have a lot more conversation around this, but I think I appreciate how forward-thinking staff has been and council has committed to be with the stabilization. But I will say, personally, I find it really hard to swallow that our target of keeping a flat levy is still going to be a pretty big punch in the gut in terms of a 7% increase for residents. And just looking at moving forward, I've seen some recent studies saying folks that were laid off in the pandemic can be up to 10 years, even if they've gotten a job back, to get to the income levels they were making before the layoffs occurred. So just as we're moving forward, kind of where my head is at generally, I would say a flat levy is the ceiling for where I would want to go. So just as staff is continuing to work on this, we get some additional modeling around how we can really leverage some of these federal dollars, the carryovers, to do as much of a levy decrease as possible while still meeting our priorities, getting things back on track, is going to be what I'm hoping to see. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Martin. From my perspective, what I've heard, especially through the Convention and Visitors Bureau and some of the other discussions that we've had, I think you're correct in that the slow to moderate recovery for the lodging and admission tax revenue is probably appropriate. I am more optimistic than I was even around the turn of the year in terms of that. I do think it is picking up a little bit more quickly than what even the experts were predicting, but I think it would be naive to think that there's going to be a fast recovery and we're going to be back to normal within the next couple of years. It's going to take a while to recover from this. It was a deep hole that we were in, and that the hospitality industry was in, and I just don't see it bouncing back at the rate that would get us to a fast recovery. Council, other thoughts? Well, as you said, Mr. Verbrugge and Ms. Carlson, this is the start of the discussion. This isn't certainly the end. We've got a lot more time to talk through this, and I believe we've got some additional discussions on a few other points regarding budget and regarding finance. Mr. Verbrugge?
We do. So we can come back to any of those items too if things occur to council as we're having the rest of this conversation, because certainly you want to keep budget considerations top of mind. As we're talking about the American Rescue Plan Act, again, as a reminder for council, but for those watching at home, the federal government back in March passed the American Rescue Plan Act, and as a result of that, the city will be receiving $11.4 million in direct aid from the federal government. We will receive that in 2 tranches. The first one this month of $5.7 million, and then the second tranche a year from now of an equal amount of $5.7 million. So that bullet point where it says still waiting for specific guidance and restrictions, it came this afternoon. It's a lengthy document. We have not had a chance to analyze it. Our staff was on a webinar today, as a matter of fact, and there are several more that are coming up with the League of Minnesota Cities and Metro Cities and other organizations to help understand the Treasury guidance on how the funds can be accessed and allocated. We do know that we have until the end of 2024 to spend the funds. The initial information around the ARP had those 4 bullet points as being eligible expenditures. And for the city of Bloomington, that first bullet of revenue recovery is one of the most important pieces, because obviously the way that Bloomington experienced the pandemic financially was different than just about every suburban community. Only, communities like maybe Minneapolis, St. Paul, Duluth, Rochester, where they have a significant amount of lodging and other non-tax revenues were impacted to a degree similar to what Bloomington was. But we were unique among the suburbs. So being able to recoup revenues lost is a really important piece of the eligibility. The question that we're hoping to ascertain once we dig into the guidance is, when does the clock start on the calculation of the revenue loss? If it goes back to last March, if it's starting from this March when the plan was, or when the act was passed, that's the detail that we'll be looking for. So tonight, what I do want to do is just have an initial conversation with council about the work that staff has done to identify potential allocation options for the funds that we are receiving. We asked staff and council to submit information. I did receive information from council. Some of those items are included in here. The staff, the executive team then went through those and talked about them. We agreed that we have a heavy emphasis on items that are one-time expenditures. What we don't want to do with one-time funds that we're receiving is to create an ongoing commitment. And so the information that was provided to the council, the requests that were made, I didn't include on there the mark of what was ongoing and what was one-time, but the majority of these items were one-time allocations so that there wouldn't be a continuing obligation. In supplemental information that the council received today, you'll see that we put together a couple of scenarios, and I'd like to just briefly talk about those couple scenarios. One of them we focus just on restoration, right? So the idea here is that we had to make some reductions. We had some impacts as a result of the pandemic, and so the way that we would approach utilizing those funds would be, mostly exclusively focused on restoring much of what was lost as a result of that. So when we look at restoration, some of the items that we're talking about here, a big emphasis on our internal funds. The information from staff that you saw, our water utility fund especially, had significant loss last year. That was primarily related to the fact that we didn't sell much water last year. You know, when our biggest hospitality attraction is closed and all the hotels are operating at very, very low levels, there's not a lot of water that gets sold. And so we took a big hit in the water utility. The facilities replacement fund also took a hit in that we adjusted downward the charges to departments that we normally have in a given year. And that was over $1 million impact alone. And we have a shortfall there. We're also looking forward for these funds to see what the working capital balance is going to be going forward and wanting to try to return them to some semblance of stability a number of years out. Wastewater also lost a lot of money, but also has a little bit more stability than those other two funds. So that first scenario of restoration and revenue loss in the utilities makes up a good amount of it. So that's about $9 million of the 11.4. You see the IT fund is also on that list because our IT fund is very low on its working capital fund balance. That's one that we would like to shore up. You see COLA and step restoration. That is a consideration of the first place that, one of the first places that we went to for reductions, and trying to build those up. There was uneven impact in the organization. A number of employees already had their collective bargaining agreement in place prior to the pandemic for 2021 and received negotiated increases. Other employees did not. This is attempting to level that a little bit, and we have a number of reasons for doing that that are both market-based and due to internal equity issues. You see a request from the Bloomington Convention and Visitors Bureau. This is an eligible expenditure based on the ARP guidelines that we are able to provide assistance to qualifying 501 organizations, which the BCVB is. They have asked for this in the form of a grant and are proposing to do specific marketing that is intended to drive more business back into the Bloomington hospitality industry. And Councilmember Beloga, Mayor Bussier, and I are also on the Bloomington Convention Visitors Bureau Board of Directors, so can speak a little bit more to the situation that they have there. But they took a significant hit over the course of the last year, and they're almost entirely funded from lodging tax. So trying to build back some of their muscle, this will provide them some necessary resources that they have cut way back on anything other than basically supporting staff and marketing obligations that they already had. Restoration, you see the 106th Street project is on that list. This was something that was cut as a result of concerns about funding for the 106th Street project. And then the Aquatic Center operational support is recognizing that we're going to probably experience some pretty significant revenue loss this year, and want to try to forestall some of that from happening. So the second scenario that I shared with the council is what I would call restoration, but also public health and strategic investments. And so this broadens the parameters a little bit of opportunities that we might have to do some things with one-time funds. It draws back the amount of money that we would be committing to our internal funds, the water fund, the wastewater, the facilities fund. It puts a substantial amount of money into the strategic priorities fund, recognizing that we have some potential obligations beyond the 22 and 23 timeframe, but into 24 and 25, that we may want to continue to provide the tax levy stabilization approach to our budgeting. And so it seeds some of that for the future. Includes a number of the items that I talked about in the first scenario, but then it gets into areas that are of strategic importance to the council, things like affordable housing trust fund, housing stability, funding some natural resource management, creating a revolving loan fund for businesses. We have a couple of fiber projects that will finish out our fiber network. Those have been hard to do over the last couple of years because we just haven't had the resources to build out the redundant system. And then the public health aspects of it, we have a couple of public health initiatives that would really help that department or that division continue to do its work. And you'll see a couple of those have the asterisk for ongoing commitments. The community paramedics and health worker, unclear what the ongoing commitment would be because this is anticipated to be a pilot type project where hopefully we would be able to attract grant funding from a number of either governmental or nonprofit and private sector to fund this kind of work. But the possibility exists we could start it up and then not have funds to keep it going other than tax funds. So that's just a cautionary note. The Public Health Mobile Clinic actually has what I would say are minimal ongoing operational costs, and it's primarily the fleet charges that would come back through to support that addition to our fleet. And then we also have what we call exceptional service pay for people who spent an inordinate amount of time working on the pandemic and frankly their heroic work over the course of the last year. So that's a couple different options, and I want to use this more to tee up discussion about how council feels about where we should be applying these funds. Certainly happy to answer any questions about the items that were in the materials provided to council. The only recommendation I would make tonight, Mr. Mayor and council members, is that there is one timely item in here. That is the request from the BCVB. It's an item that I am recommending that the council authorizes us to move forward with. The other items we don't have to have a decision on right away. I would like to return to this in June because a couple of these are timely. They're not urgent. They don't have to get decided right away, but they are timely, and so we'll want to come back around to them. So I'll stop there and happy to answer any questions that folks have.
Thank you. Thank you for that rundown. And thanks for the staff work in pulling together these options and the different possibilities and providing the justifications for the requests. From my perspective, I think the Convention and Visitors Bureau support of $250,000, which, as you said, is kind of the more immediate need, I think is a no-brainer. I think it's it is absolutely a need, and I think to consider it as a small amount necessary to jumpstart, again, the hospitality industry, the tourism industry in Bloomington, I think it's absolutely vital as we start to get into the summer travel season. But it's also absolutely vital to make sure that that summer travel season looks to Bloomington and doesn't look elsewhere. I think we saw the information from the BCVB and their justification and some of the requests that they made, and they are dead on that as we come out of this pandemic, the hospitality industry is going to be a fiercely competitive industry, that everybody is going to be looking to do the same kind of thing that we are looking to do. And I think anything that we can do to help the BCVB get a leg up in any way, shape, or form, it benefits them, certainly benefits their organization, but ultimately benefits all of us as more heads in beds, more folks in hotels and bars and restaurants and visiting Bloomington. It's an important thing, and we absolutely need to do it. That's my perspective. Council, additional thoughts on this?
Mr. Mayor, if that was a motion to move the the Convention Bureau request, I would second it.
I think we can take it as that. I move that we, I did make the motion that we approve the BCVB support of $250,000 and to authorize that to be taken care of immediately, with a second by Councilmember Beloga. Council, any discussion? Ms. Christensen, would you take a vote on this, please?
Thank you. Beloga,
Aye.
Carter,
Aye.
Coulter,
Aye.
Martin,
Aye.
Nelson,
Aye.
Mayor Bussey.
Aye. Motion carries 6-0. Thank you all for that. And Jack, thanks for framing that up as a motion to get this moving forward. I do appreciate that because, as I said, this is a very important piece for the Convention and Visitors Bureau, and I'm glad that we can provide that the resources for them. Additional comments? I see Councilmember Coulter's hand up. Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of more, I don't know if I would call them comments or questions to sort of ruminate on. But one of, we've talked a little bit, and I raised this question before about what the ongoing investments look like. And I think I would, before I could commit to something, I would need to know a lot more about what the budgets would look like in the tails, to sort of borrow a legislative term. Because I think that's, if we're committing to ongoing spending, I think we need to know what that looks like. Not just this year, but in the next couple of years, and increases and so on. The other question I had, I think the water revenue and wastewater revenue, I think that makes a lot of sense to look at. I would like to know a little bit more about how staff foresees investments affecting the water rates. Because the reason part, of course, people use less water last year, and that's why there's so much less revenue. But we also, as I recall, froze the rate last year. And so I think as we're looking toward rates again this year, this is one of the things we talk about is it's not just property taxes that folks pay. They pay all these other bills for city services. And so I would like to know a little bit more about that in terms of what that means for rates and how that would come forward. I think just sort of looking at the admittedly initial proposals that the city manager sent out earlier today, my initial thought is perhaps somewhere kind of in between scenario 1 and scenario 2. I think we don't get a big chunk of money from the feds like this very often, obviously, and so I think we need to be very judicious. And I guess my preference would be that we are leaning a little bit more toward the sort of the basic city stuff, the things that the city has to do, and then from there, whatever else we do, if that comes from fees or property taxes, that's something we are essentially asking the residents of Bloomington to approve. But I think that's just kind of where I come down at this initial stage.
Councilmember Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. So I guess my question is a little bit broader. Ms. Carlson just presented on our 2020 kind of budget wrap up, and that we were in the black and that we have some resources there to make decisions on. And so I guess I'm just wondering how these decisions will kind of be married together. Does it make the most sense to prioritize these and then figure out how, like which bucket of funding should fund those specific things? So like if we have $3 million left in the general fund, that could be moved to water revenue loss and future capital needs. I'm sorry if you hear my kids screaming at bedtime now. I'm actually really, really excited to get back into chambers, just saying, or the chamber. So yeah, I guess it's kind of a broader question around how we're making these decisions holistically, given the how we ended 2020.
A good question and a good point,
is.
Councilmember Carter.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. Councilmember Carter, the internal funds we will bring forward as part of the budget. And one of the things that I didn't clarify in my opening comments is what the timeliness is of when we would apply these funds. There are a number of these allocations that we wouldn't have to make until the year 2022, and especially the ones that are looking at the water fund, the facilities fund, so that we could see what needs may emerge later this year. There is the ability to be patient in how we apply these. The other funds that are laid out there, at least in these scenarios, or any of the other ones that are in there, if council is inclined to discuss those, we can talk about in terms of their timeliness, and then it just becomes frankly a math issue, right? But what we'll do as we go through the budget for the internal funds is show you the working capital balances, how they play out. We have a little bit of that detail in the write-ups, so you can see that going back to Councilmember Coulter's question about the water rates moving forward, and whether those are sustainable in the out years based on where we're at on working capital balance. So we still have some time this year to work through those questions is the point. I think the couple items that may be more timely when we come back next month and start working through these issues, we will point those out, and then we'll be able to show the council the math. If you want to do this, this is what you're going to have left, and these are the decision points that go along with it. Does that make sense?
Council, additional ruminations on this? I will just add, for many of the same reasons that I support the Convention and Visitors Bureau support, I think it would be important that we support the arts organizations recovery support. I think it's $690,000 is what was identified. And aside from my appreciation and desire for the arts, I mean, we heard the economic impact of the arts in Bloomington of upwards of $12 million on our local economy. And I do think from a strategic standpoint, as we come out of this pandemic, there's going to be a lot of arts organizations that simply don't make it. And I think it would be very much in our best interest to make sure that our Bloomington arts organizations make it, because for that $12 million benefit and bump to our economy, but also as external and other arts organizations don't make it, they're going to be looking for opportunities elsewhere. And I think Bloomington would be well positioned to take up the slack for some of those organizations that don't make it through the pandemic in one piece. So just strategically might be a thought, something to think about as well. Councilmember Carter?
Thank you, Mayor. So I guess I would really advocate for a lot of the public health items. I think just historically as a country, we've really not invested at the level we've needed to invest in public health, not saying Bloomington specifically, but broadly. And, I think some of these ideas like the public health mobile clinic, I mean, we know we're going to need booster shots. We know we're going to need flu shots. There are all these things that clinic is going to be able to do. And the second piece, the community paramedics and the health worker, when I read that description, I was really intrigued by that. And although there's some ongoing funding, I would be curious to know in other communities what kind of relief that has provided to the police department. So, if we have those resources available, does that either free up some resources in the police department because it helps some of those repeat calls that it might be more appropriate for a community paramedic or health worker to go to versus a police officer? So I feel like there's some ongoing funding for some of these things, but there might be some ways that we can, make up for those costs in other areas. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Martin.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, just real briefly, I will say in that scenario too, the restoration and kind of strategic investments, I think all those are extremely exciting items that, especially as our revenue recovers, holding on to this list to be able to start chipping away at some of those things, I think is huge. But I guess I kind of share Councilmember Coulter's sentiment on maybe wanting to play for at least the next year or so here, play it a little bit closer to the vest in terms of how we're deploying these one-time federal funds. I'm not an economist. I certainly wouldn't pretend to be. But you look at the facts, like 20% of all US dollars that have ever existed were printed in the last 12 to 14 months. And I don't know if that's going to be a good thing. I don't know if it's going to be a bad thing, but it's going to mean something. And I don't know if anybody knows what that's going to be for quite a while yet. So while the health impacts of the coronavirus may be starting to be behind us, I would like to play things a little bit careful here because the financial impacts, I have a feeling, are going to be some pretty big ripples for a while yet. So I lean towards scenario one, but I look forward to seeing more information.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Carter, is that an old hand or a new hand? Looks like an old hand. Well, this is the start of this discussion. This isn't certainly the end. We'll talk about this a little bit more in depth in June, and look forward to that discussion. And so, but keep kind of ruminating. I've used that word twice now, Councilmember Coulter, since you brought it up. So, if you keep ruminating on this, keep thinking through all this, and we'll continue this discussion as we go forward. Mr. Verbrugge?
Mr. Mayor and council members, no more information from staff tonight. If council has any thoughts after the meeting, certainly share those with me or with our budget manager or our CFO, and we will get responses back out to you, and we'll look forward to the next time we're talking about this, which is probably going to be in early June when we start taking up finance matters again.
Very good. Thank you much. We will move on. And we've got two meaty items left, Council. The Bloomington Ice Garden modernization options and an update on the 494 project. It right now is 9:45, so we've got an hour and 15 minutes. I know we can do it, absolutely, but let's make sure that we budget appropriately our time and our comments so we can make sure we can get both of these done in that time, if that is agreeable to everyone. So let's move to item 8.3, our Bloomington Ice Garden modernization options. Susan Foss, the Deputy Director of Park and Rec, is here to talk us through this, sharing her content now. It's on our screens, and we are off and running. Please, go ahead.
All right. Well, good evening, Mayor and council members. Before I start the presentation, I just want to real quickly introduce our new Ice Garden manager. Lenny Clevin-Schmitz is on the call tonight for his first official City Council meeting as a City of Bloomington employee. Of course, you've probably seen him at many past City Council meetings as a volunteer on the commission, but he's been on the job for about 2 weeks. So I figure by this time he's practically an expert. We are thrilled to have Lenny join our team and leading operations at the Ice Garden.
Welcome aboard, Lenny. I'm sorry, I just wanted to welcome. Welcome aboard, Lenny. Glad to have you on board.
Thanks. So tonight we're asking the council to select one of the modernization options. I will briefly review the 4 options, and then Lenny and I would be happy to answer any questions from the council. So this slide really shows the process and timeline that we followed for the project. The building assessment of the facility was completed last September. It really looked at all of everything in the facility, the mechanical, HVAC, electrical, lighting, plumbing. And then we completed some stakeholder engagement sessions. We held engagement sessions with our prime users. It included Baja, our Jefferson and Kennedy activities directors. It included the high school coaches from both the boys and the girls programs and the Figure Skating Club of Bloomington. And then we took that feedback that we received, and in December, HGA presented these modernization options. We solicited feedback from the Park Commission at the meeting in March, and then at the March 22nd City Council meeting, for the first time, we presented you with the 4 modernization options. And as I said tonight, we're looking for some direction on the recommended option. And we are currently planning construction for 2023. So these are the four options. Option one is the ice system replacement and building system repair. Option 2A, it builds on option one, and then is the West Addition expansion, widening the concourse, renovating the locker rooms between rinks 2 and 3, and then adding a dryland training area on the north side. Option 2B is option one, plus again, the concourse expansion, the locker rooms, and the 2 curling lanes. And then option 3 includes option 2 plus the locker room addition on the north side. So I just wanted to highlight just a few changes and updates from the presentation that you received on March 22nd. The first one is just the numbering of the options have changed to more clearly reflect each option. So very minor changes, but the options in the last presentation was options 1, 2, 3A, and 3B. And tonight they're changed to options 1, 2A, 2B, and 3. And I just wanted to mention that for clarity and to avoid any confusion if council members went back and looked at previous information. And then another update is in option 2A. You will see that there's an enclosed dryland training area on the north side, and I will talk a little bit more about that in one of the later slides. And then another update, the cost estimates in all 4 of the options shown at the March 22nd meeting were based on construction happening in 2021. So the updated information that will be presented tonight reflects a more accurate and likely construction timeline taking place in 2023. And then I also wanted to just point out that each of the cost estimate slides that you will see, there's a note added to the bottom indicating B3 implications. These B3 guidelines are required on all projects that receive general obligation bond funding from the state of Minnesota. And it's estimated that meeting the B3 guideline requirements would result in about a 2 to 5% increase in construction cost. Again, this is a real rough estimate, not really knowing how the organizations might interpret B3 guidelines with an existing building at the ice garden. Okay. So the slide is showing you as option 1. So this is the ice system replacement in all 3 rinks. It includes a new refrigeration room, and this needs to be added because the newer equipment requires more space. It includes the replacement of the existing concrete rink floors. And I wanted to just point out, there was a question asked at the March 22nd council meeting that replacing the concrete floors is not required in replacing the refrigeration system. However, 29 years ago, when it was likely constructed, they used different equipment. They probably used hose clamps on the piping versus today using fusion welding. So the connections are much less durable and can more readily fail. So a new slab constructed concurrently with the new refrigeration system really prevents the best value long-term solution for the building. This option also includes reducing the size of Ring 3, replacing and adding a snow melt pit, and it includes a new dasher board system. And then option 1 includes a dry land training area on this north side. Now this is essentially currently used as dry land training. The west side is leased by E-Train, and then that east side is used by Baja. And obviously, when the rink is downsized, there would be some additional space there that could be used for dryland training. This slide shows the total project cost for option one. And you will see that that amount is the 13,453,000. And then I just wanted to point out, here's the note that is implying that there's a 2 to 5% increase in total construction costs to meet the B3 implications. All right, and this slide really just shows the current outline of the building on the west side. So option 2A, this slide builds upon option 1, and it includes expansion on the west side, really widening that main concourse. It updates the locker rooms between rinks 2 and 3. It centralizes the concessions area and connects them to new staff offices. Renovates the club room, coach's office, and training area for figure skaters. Adds the elevator on this end for viewing access to rinks 1 and 2. And it expands the lobby outside of rink 1. Updates restrooms on the south side as well as restrooms over here on the north side. And then adds some storage space and multi-purpose space. So also added in this option is an enclosed dryland training area on the north side. The ice garden could really potentially increase the annual lease amounts if improvements were made and the available space was expanded and enclosed. Staff would explore best uses of this space and complete some additional engagement with our big user groups to really maximize that investment if this is the option selected. However, staff are a little bit concerned that the market for private dryland training is pretty competitive, and a private vendor in this space might not be the preferred choice by our big user groups. They may prefer just additional storage or additional space for puck handling and shooting. And then this slide shows the total project cost for this option of 2A, and that amount is the $21,941. Option 2B. So option 2B is almost identical to option 2A, really with 2 exceptions. So option 2B adds the 2 lanes of curling on the north end, and then also adds a dryland training area outside of rink 1 on the southwest end. So this option certainly, I think, is something that is initially pretty exciting to think about, because it would be a new recreation amenity that Big currently doesn't offer, and we don't have in Bloomington. And we certainly could bring in maybe some new users who are interested in learning the sport of curling. But we just feel like programming with only 2 lanes would be really challenging. It would be very difficult to run successful leagues, and the class size would be very limited. I think we also anticipate potential issues with the proximity to rink 3 with scheduling and noise conflicts. Staff do not feel that curling would really be a significant source of additional revenue, especially without the ability to add kind of the restaurant style food and beverage. So for these reasons, staff feel like this could be a challenging option. And then option 2B here shows the total project cost of $22,933. All right, and this next slide shows option 3. So in option 3, it shifts the competition rink from rink 1 to rink 3 and adds 6 locker rooms on the north end. The new entrance that was constructed in 2019 really best serves rinks 2 and 3. So for large crowds, for tournaments and games, moving the competition rink to rink 3 works very well. Also, this is the widest part of the concourse, and these are the restrooms that are mainly going to serve that west side of the facility. They're expanded. So the location there outside of rink 3 works well, along with having our main parking area on that north side. There is an elevator in this option that can bring spectators up to a second level that adds approximately 800 to 1,000 seats added to rink 3. Dedicated high school locker rooms are really becoming the norm. The majority of ice arenas in Minnesota have dedicated locker rooms for their high school programs. This is the most expensive option, but really offers the greatest impact. The improvements will help Big stay competitive with other ice arenas in the area, really provide a better user experience kind of on and off the ice. And I think will help to make Big more marketable and attract additional local and regional hockey tournaments and skating events. And this slide shows a total project cost for option 3, which is the $27,275,000. And then this too just shows what potentially it would look like with the added locker rooms and that west concourse expansion. And then potentially what a final outside product could look like. And then I am going to turn it over to City Manager Verbrugge to lead a discussion about some funding options.
Mr. Verbrugge.
Thank you, Susan. Mayor and Council, the Council has previously directed staff that we should pursue state bonding for this project, recognizing that it is a regional amenity. Bloomington Ice Garden has long been one of the premier ice facilities in the Twin Cities and in the state. Has a long history and continues to serve a community that is well beyond the Bloomington borders. So we are preparing for submitting the project this year. We were doing some groundwork during the current legislative session and over the last year, recognizing that we were going to submit for the 22 bonding year at the Capitol. Those requests are due into Minnesota Management and Budget by the latter half of June. So we will be back in front of the council in June with a resolution supporting the request for state bonding associated with this project. Now, there are other options besides state bonding. Well, and let me also say in the state bonding, expectation is that these are typically shared project costs. So there's usually an expectation of local participation on the order of 50%. So for the whatever project it is that council chooses to go forward with, we would be seeking state support for half of that amount. The other options that are available to the council, obviously charter bonds, which we have been using over the last couple of years to refresh and rejuvenate our park system. And this allows the council to issue debt. We had an item earlier this evening, so you're familiar with that. We could go with a referendum to the community. It's another way to issue debt. It's just voter approved. And then the fourth option is local option sales tax. This has also been a discussion item with council. I think it is also an option that we should look at as either an alternative to bonding or as maybe a fallback from bonding, depending on how those requests go. I think the state of play right now for local option sales taxes in in the metropolitan area may be changing. The city, our neighboring city to the north, has a local option sales tax in the omnibus tax bill that's on the table right now. The city of Edina does. I think that the more metro area cities are successful receiving local option sales tax, the more that portends well for any request that we're going to make, as long as we can meet that threshold of justifying it as a regional project. They have many of the same requirements for local option as they do for state bonding, and so it isn't much additional work for us to make the case for it. Along those lines, with local option sales tax, we also have asked the Minnesota Extension Service to update the sales tax estimate that they prepared for us previously, recognizing that we've had some change over the last couple of years in terms of how much sales tax is being generated in the community and what that looks like going forward. So we're anticipating having that information by the end of the month, so we will also be back in June to talk about local option sales tax with the council. My recommendation is this, Mr. Mayor and council members. Since the council has directed that this is a project that we should seek state bonding for, I think it makes sense that we would put forward option 3 as the project for state consideration. If in the eventuality, so again, $25 million or so, but 50% on the city, so $13 million. If we were unsuccessful at the state getting approval for bonding, then it would come back to the city, and this is not including local option sales tax, this is just speaking to bonding. If we weren't successful getting capital bonding, it would come back here and we'd have to make a decision of which project we're going to do and presumably do with local funds. The base project is about $15 million. That's the must do just on the refrigeration systems and the roof and the other physical upgrades that have to happen. So the option 3 with a local match is still less than what the base is if we have to do this project on our own. So that's the rationale for recommending option 3. And again, if we go the local option sales tax, that would not have any property tax dollar implications if we were successful in that regard. So in this case, I think that option 3 makes the most sense, at least for where we are today. And if we are unsuccessful getting state support or state permission, then we can come back and recalibrate on a project.
Thank you, Mr. Verbrugge. Anything else on the presentation here, or?
Yeah, no, just the final slide is, I guess, just asking the action tonight is to select one of the options.
Very good, thank you.
We'd be happy to answer any questions that the council has.
Council, questions? Thoughts on this? Councilmember Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just a couple questions. So there was some information that we needed to take out the concrete to replace some things because clamps were failing. And I'm just wondering, are they actually failing yet? What is the useful life of those? And could those be replaced in the future without having to redo work that is otherwise contemplated to do at this time?
Yeah, council members, council member Nelson. So we did ask our ICE consultant this very question, and there's really no way of knowing if those clamps are, in poor condition until you would take up the actual concrete. But, his recommendation is that, it's in rinks 2 and 3, close to 30 years old, that it's very likely that there could be some damage to the clamps. And his recommendation was for us to, at the same time, to go ahead and replace the concrete and replace it with the new improved parts. He felt like that was our best option moving forward. You know, if we're going to spend, you know, this much money on replacing the refrigeration system, it made sense in his recommendation to go ahead and replace the rink floors.
Okay. And then in terms of the recommendations between either dryland training, or there was some commentary that maybe instead of doing that, it made sense to do something that the users preferred more, like storage. Option 3 obviously had locker rooms. There was the curling option. We saw cost projections. Do you have any revenue projections of what those things would bring in, so that we knew what the actual, I guess, net cost would be for those?
Yeah, Councilmember Nelson. So in the amount of time, we did not put together specific financial projections for the different options. When council provides the direction on which option, that will be our next step. We will look at what the revenue potential is for, you know, if we're looking at the locker rooms, the concessions area. But we did some preliminary work with calling different facilities who do have curling. And consistently, what we heard was with 2 lanes of curling, it would be just really challenging to provide any type of programming that would bring in any additional revenue. And as far as the enclosed dry land training area, you know, that potentially could be used for many different things. But like we said, it's a pretty competitive market, and it was not something that we consulted specifically with our users. That, again, we would like to have continued conversation and do an additional engagement as this project moves forward.
So I appreciate that information. For me, it's tough to make a decision without all of that information, but having the second to worst curling team in the Burnsville Chamber League, I can tell you that 2 lanes would be insufficient. So, which leads me to my second question, because I think this is something, or third, who knows? The question that Richfield has utilized their hockey rinks for curling as well. Is that an option to expand it? Does that provide revenue potential if you had the 2 dedicated plus some expansion ones? Are there other ways of looking at that for additional uses?
Yeah, so Councilmember Nelson, it's certainly an option, and we certainly could look into using one of our current rinks to expand curling. But really, you know, right now, the revenue loss of losing an ice rental on one of those rinks would be more significant than the revenue that we would bring in, you know, with our hourly ice rental rate. But it's for programming wise, it would be certainly something that we could take a closer look at.
Yeah, appreciate that. I'll just combine the last 2 into one question. There were some things in the commentary that we got regarding food and beverage and advertising. And part of what I'm looking at in terms of that overall business plan is, does it make any sense to outsource food and beverage concessions? Are there opportunities to expand the food and beverage to meet the needs of people there? And the last one is, as is probably no surprise to anybody, would support taking a look at taking back the advertising and expanding that program in order to drive additional revenue to make this continue to be financially viable.
Councilmember Nelson, that will absolutely be one of the next steps, is to take a deep dive look into the concessions operation to find out what the options are and what would be the city's best plan to move forward. And as far as the advertising piece, just to give you an idea, based on our current agreement, the city brought in under $1,500 in advertising revenue the past 5 years. So we certainly think that could be a significant opportunity for the Ice Garden.
So, thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, just the gist of mine is to continue to keep this financially viable into the future as we, obviously are looking at significant investments, looking at that revenue side, and how we generate the most revenue to offset those costs, I think, in my mind, is very important.
Councilmember Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. I will be brief. So I just wanted to say that I support the city manager's recommendation. And then I also just wanted to say, I know the B3 guidelines are required on all projects that receive general obligation bonds, like you mentioned in the staff report. And I think that regardless of the funding source, we should be planning to, whether or not we get bonding, we should at least strongly consider continuing to move forward with complying with those guidelines, just considering we are behind on our carbon emissions goal and we are setting those types of standards for residential buildings and businesses in our community through some of our recent actions. And so I just wanted to call that out specifically as something that I would support regardless of the funding stream. Thank you.
Council, additional comments? Councilmember Beloga, you look like you're reaching for the hand going up button. Is that correct?
I was.
Councilmember Beloga.
Well, my comments really mirror Councilmember Nelson's. This is a good presentation, but I need more information to see how this plays out as an entity using these options, because it is a significant investment, and the criteria that we have here says is that there's no return on the investment. There's no additional sources of revenue that we can count on for funding. So it makes it difficult to look at in that respect. The state bonding is very much needed and is a long shot, more than likely, for the next 2 years. We did get a request in for the 2021. I think it hasn't made it for the 2022. It looks like a one and done opportunity, because the proposal is to go to 23 construction, and we'd have to have approval in 2022 to enable us to do that. So referendum would be my fallback position on state bonding. And that's a heavy lift, because in all of our parks and rec surveys that were done about 18 to 24 months ago, big came in as the lowest priority. So I understand the needs, but we're going to have a heavy lift with the community to get support on there. And I think we need to do that irrespective of what the final analysis is for funding. When you spend the kinds of money that we would be, it's large dollars. And it's it's something that I'm having a struggle with also because we've deferred so much of the parks discussion waiting for the master plan. And I look at this as an integral part of our recreation and hence parks plan, that we can't look at this separately. We need to look at it in conjunction with the total funding for those projects in addition. Uh, so I'm really looking for more information and hope that we can get this to be something that the community will support and end up with a return to us for these investments that we're discussing now. Thank you.
And just to clarify, Councilmember Beloga, there has not been a bonding request for Bloomington Ice Garden. We have not submitted a bonding request. We submitted a bonding request for the Arts Center expansion for 2020, which actually advanced quite a bit. And then once the pandemic hit, we withdrew that bonding request. But there has not been a bonding request made on behalf of Bloomington for Bloomington Ice Garden.
I thank you for the correction of my faulty memory. I thought that we had also submitted it for 2021.
No, we have not. Council, additional thoughts, questions? Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mayor. Excuse me. Thank you, Mayor. I guess, where I am at sort of conceptually, I think it does make sense to make option 3 the one that we submit for a bonding request. And I guess, sort of from my perspective, as the city manager mentioned, bonding requests almost never move forward unless there's typically, like he said, a 50-50 match, 50-50 local match, which means that if we would be, if that's what we're putting forward, then, we would be committing to, or if that were to move forward, that would involve roughly, by my math, somewhere on the order of 13.6, 13.7 million from the city to advance that proposal, which already gets us to the funding that would be needed for option 1 if we solely went through city bonding dollars anyway. So, I mean, I think, we can talk about what level of financial commitment we are comfortable with in terms of other proposals. But I mean, I think, at this point, I don't want to speak for anybody else, but I mean, it seems to me option 1 is sort of the basis, the option that we kind of have to move forward with anyway. So, at the very least, somehow $13.4 million are going to come out of the city coffers to pay for that. So I guess that's a long way of saying that, we're going to be in this for a certain amount of money anyway. And I think, from that perspective, I don't think it's a bad idea to necessarily make the bigger ask of the state. And to the point that Councilmember Beloga raised, and I have raised before as well, this is a regional facility. This is a regional amenity. I think, I think it is something we can, frankly, and should expect some state investment from. So I think I'm perfectly comfortable moving forward with option 3 as the bonding request, recognizing that there are a lot of steps in the process, and this is not going to be anywhere close to the final decision on this.
And I would agree with you, Councilmember Coulter. You're on all the points you've made. That yes, it's the ice garden is going to require an investment of some kind if we want to have an ice garden moving forward. And it's going to be that $13 million for the new roof and the new cooling system, or whatever that number is. It's a significant number. One way or another, we need that. But I do think it does make sense to move forward with option 3 and to make the bonding request. Because as you stated, and Councilmember Beloga, I think you were the first one to bring it up, that the fact that Bloomington Ice Garden being the regional asset that it is, that it should in fact be a bonding request. This should be a cost shared by the state, and I do think we can make a strong argument toward that. And I appreciate the concerns about the specific numbers of two curling rinks as opposed to dry land training, as opposed to all of this. I understand that. I did hear staff saying that the analysis that they did was that it was difficult from a financial standpoint. That curling wouldn't necessarily recover as much as the improved locker room, the three sheets of ice for tournaments or for whatever what would work. Yes, we need more detail. We need more specific on this, but I think to move forward specifically on this capital request as opposed to an operational analysis of the costs or the revenue possibilities, I think it makes sense to move forward with option 3 here and really move forward with a unified front. You're absolutely right, Councilmember Beloga, to get the community behind this. And frankly, we've seen the community get behind this building before, not too long ago with the craft, the hometown ice contest or whatever it was that we ended up second in the nation as the best hometown rink, that kind of thing. I think there is that type of support locally, and I think we can organize and mobilize definite support for this because it's an important part of a lot of folks' lives, and I think if we would put these improvements into it, I think it could become even more so, and we can ensure that it would stay that way for years to come. So with an eye on the clock here, I would, if we could possibly, I'm counting noses, not quite 2-4, but I would make the motion that we move forward with option 3 for the Bloomington Ice Garden improvements, modernization options.
Second,
Carter.
So we have a motion and a second by Councilmember Carter for option 3 for the modernization options for the Bloomington Ice Garden. Council, any additional discussion on this? Councilmember Nelson.
Yeah, just clarification, Mayor, and I think this is what you intend, but it's option 3 with the request for state bonding, correct?
That is correct, yes. Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, great. Just want to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further, Council? If not, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Walter?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 6-0. Thank you much for that. And now the hard work begins. And I'm glad to see Mr. Claven Schmitz there in front of us. I'm glad that we've got the leadership that we have in the Parks Department with Susan and with Ann. And so I'm looking forward to moving forward on this because I do think there's community support there, and I think we can make the strong pitch to the state that this is a regional asset that we need to get funded, and would love to see this get going. So thank you much for this.
Mr. Mayor, if I may jump in.
Mr. Verbrugge.
Just to keep an eye on the clock because of our 11 o'clock deadline. Our next item, we have about 30 minutes set aside. I know that Ms. Marone is ready to be efficient with her time, but just wanted to set that down for the council and if we need a couple minutes on the back end for council issues and policy, that would be appreciated.
That has been done in the past, so we will keep that in mind. Ms. Marone, we will move to item 8.4, the 494 project update. Thank you for being with us and for staying with us to this late hour. Please take it away.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. So tonight I'm going to give another update on the 494 project, and I'm going to go pretty quickly through the background and focus more on the recent decisions, the impacts, and the development of project layout. Just want to let the listening public know that they can go to our Let's Talk Bloomington page. I've got a project page set up there for 494. It has a summary of what's been done to date, as well as links to the MnDOT project pages and study pages, and my contact information if anybody has any additional questions. But I will go pretty quickly here. So let's see, I'll just encompass the project area and goals. Recall that we started a project with MnDOT in 2018, and it is developing a vision for the corridor of 494 between Highway 169 and the airport. So we have had some milestone decisions recently since the last update to the council. The Policy Advisory Committee did approve a plan. So we have the plan for both the vision for the corridor as well as an implementation plan, prioritized implementation plan. So the corridor vision includes min-pass on both directions along 494 between 169 and Highway 77, interchange improvements for the northbound to westbound maneuver at 35W and 494, as well as access changes at Nicollet, Portland, and 12th. Here's a quick layout of the project broken up into 9 different elements. And so this project is a very major construction project for this entire corridor, and there's not enough funding available to complete this all at once. So the important stage was to break it up into segments and develop an implementation plan. And so what the Policy Advisory Committee has approved is this order of projects. So elements 3, 4, and 7 are approved in the first project, and those will focus on the interchange improvements at 35W and 494, the min-pass lanes between Highway 100 and 35W, as well as all of the work around element 7. So the access consolidation and the bridge reconstruction and some retaining wall work along between Nicollet, Portland, and 12th Avenue in that area to set it all up for the next project to be able to come in and construct the min-pass lanes between 35W and Highway 77. So we are looking, or they're looking at a project start in the summer of 2023. And so once that decision was made for what elements are included in the first project, it's been very all hands on deck and starting to work on project layouts and make a lot of project decisions and getting into the details of that work. So I'll talk about some of the work and the impacts at the 35W and 494 interchange area. This is just kind of a base map showing that interchange area. There's going to be the new ramp for the northbound to westbound maneuver. One thing to point out here is that the traffic moving northbound to westbound will be merging into the 494 lanes to the west of Penn Avenue. So that maneuver would change. You would not have access to go from northbound 35W to westbound 494 and still exit at Penn Avenue. That's similar with that flyover ramp. You would then be able to make the maneuver to go to eastbound 494. The change there is that from 82nd Street, if you're headed northbound, you could get onto 35W northbound, but you would have missed your you would have missed the beginning of the ramp to go eastbound on 494. Southbound 35W to westbound 494. Again, that traffic will merge onto 494 past the Penn Avenue exit. And the westbound to southbound maneuver will still have access to all the moves there. However, eastbound to southbound, you would not be able to make that maneuver if you were getting on from Penn Avenue, and it will also be merging into the southbound 35W traffic past the exit for 82nd Street. Now, I know that, and there's no changes to that maneuver. So I point out all of those system changes in this area just to demonstrate that there's going to be a greater reliance on what we're calling the box of the local streets in this area: 76th Street, 77th, Lindale, 82nd Street, and Penn Avenue, because you won't be able to make any of those local system moves within the interchange itself. So as part of that analysis, we're looking at some specific locations within that box on the Bloomington side to make sure that that with the traffic changes that come with this increased movements in this area, that mitigation is included in this first project. So just an example of something that we're looking at is at 82nd Street and Penn, there's going to be an increase in the traffic move going southbound Penn to eastbound 82nd Street. And so with that, we know that there will be a need from a traffic perspective for a dual left turn, and looking at ways to have that included with the project while still minimizing impacts to adjacent properties in this area. And so this is just an example of the layout that we're kind of settling in on. We're working with extensively with Hennepin County and MnDOT as we do the analysis of the impacts and try to come up with some solutions that will mediate those traffic impacts while minimizing impacts to adjacent properties. Another change that I'd like to point out in this area is that when the new ramp is constructed for that northbound to westbound maneuver, it will land approximately over the existing frontage road in that area. So the frontage road is planned to go away. And so what we're looking at is what are the impacts in this area when that frontage road goes away. And this has been a plan for a long time. So all of the parcels north of American Boulevard, with the guidance from our planning department over the past 20 years or so, access and business orientation has all focused towards American Boulevard. So we don't have a lot of impacts that we need to mediate north of American Boulevard. But the parcel that we are working pretty closely with and looking at options is south of American Boulevard. So it's the 8,000, let's see, I don't have that, 8001 Bloomington Freeway. This commercial property that's just north of 80 and a half Street. And so when the frontage road goes away, they don't lose all of their access, but there is a very important access right now where their commercial vehicles, when exiting the site, do go north on that frontage road to access American Boulevard via DuPont. And so MnDOT and the city of Bloomington, we've been having conversations with that property owner and the owner and the occupant, trying to come up with some alternative options that could be done in the parking lot, some alternative access points. We are looking at options that will minimize impacts to the neighborhood as much as possible. There is the potential that there could be some additional impacts. And so as we continue to work through and find out, what are viable options to keep access and keep this a usable commercial site, there will be additional contact back with the neighborhood, and I will keep the council appraised of decisions in this area as well. So another area that's going to have some changes is between Highway 100 and France Avenue. So with the project, originally there was plans that or the thought that France Avenue Bridge over 494 would need to be reconstructed. There's been some modifications to the layout, and they're able to complete the widening of 494 in this area without reconstructing that bridge. So the impacts will be a little bit more minimal than we first anticipated. However, there will be some changes with the frontage road. So on the north side on 78th Street, it's a two-lane roadway currently. It will be narrowed up a little bit, and there are some little sections where we will lose the green space, the boulevard separation between sidewalk and the frontage road. Again, the widening is needed to fit the min-pass lanes in there, and all efforts are being done to minimize impacts to adjacent properties wherever possible. And so it doesn't significantly change the functioning of that frontage road by narrowing the existing two-lane to a narrower two-lane. On the south side, the frontage road is American Boulevard, and on this section, it's currently a 4-lane undivided roadway, and we did a lot of analysis looking at the future traffic volumes, and this section of roadway will still be well served with a 3-lane cross section, which would provide 1 lane in each direction, and then westbound left turns into all of the business properties along this section. With that new cross section, we'd also be able to fit in a bikeable shoulder, and there will be a significant amount of retaining wall reconstruction as well. Any sidewalk that has to be moved for this project will be reconstructed in the 8-foot pedestrian way section that is called out for in our alternative transportation plan. And one other change that we're looking at making in this area is currently for American Boulevard. It's a it's a T intersection where you have to make an intentional left turn to stay on American Boulevard, where Normandale Service Drive is significantly lower traffic volumes. By reconstructing that intersection, it will give a little bit more space for the retaining wall work and the ramp reconstruction, and it will leave us with a better servable American Boulevard as well. All right, so in the areas of Nicollet, Portland, and 12th Avenue, so work will be done on these bridges to prepare this area for future widening from in-pass lanes. We've talked a lot about the benefits of the access consolidation, so I'm going to skip through here. But one of the things that we are, very focused on is there's going to be some great improvements to 494, but we're also very mindful of what are the impacts of those traffic volume changes on the rest of the roadway system. And when we look at the bridges that are going to be reconstructed, we are taking a very close look at both pedestrian and bicyclist needs in this area, as well as the traffic connectivity. So the cross section that we're recommending for Nicollet Avenue, the traffic volume significantly decrease. So we're looking at, again, a 3-lane cross section with on-road bike lanes. One side would have an 8-foot sidewalk. The other side of the bridge, there would be essentially a much wider sidewalk. So it's, I think, about 12 feet. And the reason for this is that Three Rivers Park District has identified this as a potential future search corridor for another regional trail in the area. And so whether the bridge is constructed this wide or just planned to be easily modified for this width, we're looking at both current and future needs in the long term. Another bridge that's being reconstructed is 12th Avenue. This one, again, the traffic volumes will be significantly lower than current. It will be well served with a 3-lane cross section. This one, also the traffic volumes are low enough that we feel that bicyclists will be comfortable using the roadway. However, we currently have the regional trail, the Nokomis, Minnesota River Regional Trail, crossing in this area. And so that bridge is also too short for the 494 widened section. And so those accommodations will be made on this new bridge. You can see on this graphic the trail shown on the left side of the bridge. There's also going to be some improvements to pedestrian connectivity with some additional sidewalk constructed on both on the east side of the bridge that isn't there currently, and some sidewalk connections on both the Richfield and Bloomington side with this as well. And then lastly, the biggest impacts are going to be at Portland Avenue, because that's where the traffic volumes will significantly increase. And so there's been a lot of discussions on this. So we have a bike network on the Richfield side on road, and we have bike network on the Bloomington side on road. And what's the best way to connect that bike network through here, even though the traffic volumes are going to be very high. And so having a grades or a barrier separated or some type of physical separation has been the decision, and a couple of different options were presented to the public for identification of their preference, mixed use trail, or to even go with something even with a little bit more separation, which is to have a cycle track which has a sidewalk, and then directional bikeway that is, up at above the curb height. The preference at this point is to have separation between the pedestrians and the cyclists. And so all efforts will be made to try to incorporate that into the design moving forward. Portland Avenue has a lot of complexities, though. In addition to moving the traffic, it also has the D-line BRT going through here. And so there's a lot of decisions going in, or a lot of effort going in right now into making sure that this is as safe for everybody as possible, including the transit users. Some examples of the different types of facilities. Okay, so real quickly on Portland, this is north of 494, so on the Richfield side, but just wanted to point out that there is going to be access changes to the parcels along Portland Avenue on both the Richfield and Bloomington side, and this is in an effort for safety improvement benefits on this Hennepin County roadway, in addition to taking a look at the queues that will the traffic queues that will happen during the peak hours at the ramps, and trying to move traffic safely in and out of the businesses, but having them focused at specific locations. And then lastly, there is a proposed new pedestrian bridge at Chicago Avenue. I think this is the first time you're seeing the layout of what this would actually look like. You'll see that the landings where the pedestrians would access the bridge, or cyclists could use this as well. The landings line up at Chicago Avenue. The actual ped bridge itself is a little bit, crosses 494, a little bit to the west of Chicago. This would be a great improvement to pedestrian access and mobility throughout this area. There will be some additional new sidewalks, sidewalk or trail that will go in place of the existing frontage road, or parallel to the existing frontage road that will be going away. One huge benefit we see to adding a ped bridge in this area, aside from the known pedestrian counts that we have, is that this will be if the construction is staged well, which we will advocate for staging it as well as possible. If this pedestrian bridge can be in place prior to the Portland Avenue Bridge being removed, we think that that will provide a great benefit to this area, because we know that there's a huge walking demand in this area to access resources. Quickly again, changes to frontage roads. So from west of Nicollet to Nicollet on the Bloomington side, we'll be eliminating that frontage road, and there will just be a single driveway to the one parcel that's left in that area. Let's see, so from Nicollet to Portland Avenue, when there's a full access interchange at Portland Avenue, the frontage road can no longer connect to Portland. So you'll see on that, just west of Portland, that the frontage road turns to the south on 5th Avenue. So it's still a two-way frontage road through this area with this plan, but it does not connect to Portland Avenue. Then from Portland to 12th Avenue, the frontage road on the south side of 494 goes away with that and is replaced with the access ramp to 494. And the last little section is between 12th Avenue and to the east, and you can see that this has been the plan for the long term as well. And in fact, we already have the cul-de-sac in place. There will not be a connection between the cul-de-sac and 12th Avenue. That connection does go away. So my intention of bringing this to you tonight was, again, to just keep the council updated on all of the layout development that is underway right now. These layouts are helping to define the right-of-way impacts, and MnDOT will begin their right-of-way acquisition process soon. In fact, we've already started meeting with affected property owners and working through design elements that have to do with those property impacts. There's been a series of public engagement. There have been 8 public meetings over the last month and a half. And MnDOT is still taking comments through that process. And so I'll have a public engagement summary to report back to the council. And again, working on cost estimates and developing local participation costs. I'd really like to point out that we are still being very supportive of funding, seeking additional funding. MnDOT has applied for an additional $84 million through the infra grant to expand the scope of this project as much as possible and to help out with local agency participation costs. And we are also advocating for some additional legislative money as much as possible. And there will be a public review process as the environmental documents are finished. It'll be sometime next year that this full project will be coming to the city for municipal consent. And just one more reminder that they're planning on a summer 2023 start for the construction project that is likely to be about a 3-year project. Any questions?
Well done. Getting that half-hour presentation into 18 minutes. Well done. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Council, any questions, comments, concerns, reactions to what we've just seen? I've got a comment and a question. I mean, the comment, and I think I've made the comment before, it just surprises me that they continue to work toward that min-pass lane from Highway 100 to 394. It seems like it's too short to be a really effective min-pass lane. And I get it, they're playing the long game, trying to figure out, trying to eventually make all the connections. But it puzzles me that the resources couldn't be spent, the resources on that couldn't be spent in some better way on this first phase before the rest of the resources come all together. The second question that I have that you might be able to answer, I know that there's been some questioning. Our neighbors to the north in Richfield have been questioning this as to whether or not they're going to support this or think this is a worthwhile project to move forward on. Can you give us any insight on that?
Mr. Mayor and Council, so there have been a lot of discussions with Richfield. I think while I haven't been privy to their actual discussions with their council, it sounds as though they're working through options for Portland Avenue, and that's kind of the biggest concern that I've heard from our Richfield partners is the impacts with the additional traffic lanes and trying to minimize impacts to the businesses as well as to the pedestrians in that area. I think MnDOT has worked very closely with them and with Hennepin County, and I think that they are coming to some satisfactory layouts and results. I guess we will see.
Council, any questions here? Chris, could you move that chat box so I can see? There we go, thank you. Anything, Council? And you say it comes back to us for municipal consent next year. Any idea when next year? Is it first quarter, fourth quarter? Any ideas?
Mr. Mayor, I don't think I'm going to guess at that anymore because I've brought you many a date and they have all changed. So I'll keep you updated as soon as I find out.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough. Anything else, Council? Seeing no hands going up. Ms. Marone, thank you much. Appreciate the updates and look forward to continued updates on this. It's an important project, so thanks much.
All right, thank you.
Council, we can move on. Item 8.5 is our City Council policy and issue update. Mr. Verbrugge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. I only have two relatively quick items here. Actually, they are quick items. I won't even say relatively. First, you'll note we didn't have legislative update on the agenda tonight. We're at that point in the legislative session where things are in a state of suspension until the folks who are negotiating can work out some of the details. The reporting that we have from the organizations that track for us, like League of Minnesota Cities and MLC Metro Cities, as well as our own lobbyist, is that the governor and the Senate and House have yet to agree on budget targets. And so until they can come to terms, it's hard for the conference committees to move forward. They are working on a schedule that they are supposed to adjourn by next Monday. It doesn't seem right now like that's an achievable goal. I see Councilmember Coulter, who maybe has some inside knowledge, smirking, so he may either agree with my assessment or know something that I don't know. But just a quick update on where we're at. And I think you had this in your one weekly as well. The TIF district bills that we have for the Lindale American area and for the 98th and Lindale area, or 98th and I-35 are both in the tax reports for both House and Senate. So that's looking relatively optimistic. We also will be covered by the coverall provision that they have for sales tax exemptions for public safety facilities. We had a standalone bill. They got rolled in, so it's all fire station projects will be subject to a sales tax exemption. That's in the tax bills. That's encouraging. It just entirely depends on this point on getting a tax bill. So we'll see if the legislature can get their work done. We'll keep you updated as developments may change later this week. The other item I have for you is just hearkening back to a discussion we had last Monday about the sick and safe leave process that we're working on. If council members did have any individuals that they would recommend for possible inclusion on that working group, if you would just follow up with me and let me know those names, that would be helpful. And then we're still planning to bring that forward on the 24th, and hopefully we can make that happen.
Very good. Thank you much. Council, anything to bring forward this evening? Councilmember Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I was just interested if we could get some information out to people. I know that our police have put up a new dashboard with regards to crime and statistics and things like that. We had a couple callers earlier in the evening talk to that. I know it's been a concern for residents, and maybe if we can just give an update to the public on what information they're getting out there, where that information is coming from, just to make sure people know what's actually happening within our community. I appreciate that.
Sure, Mr. Mayor and council members. Councilmember Nelson provide a more fulsome report. I've been talking to the police chief, and I think it's a good time to come in and just provide a little bit of a status update since the last time that the police department was before the council talking about some of these issues. I think the council saw some information recently from Chief Hartley that the FBI has changed its reporting system. So there may be some confusion about how the crimes are being tracked and reported. I know that some of the data sites that people are mining for information are not entirely reliable. So we want to make sure that we have good data and good facts when we're looking at some of these issues. And obviously it is a complex situation. So we will schedule Chief Hartley to come in front of the council sometime in the not too distant future and walk through that for both the council and the community.
Thank you. Council, is there anything else? Seeing no hands going up, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Beloga, second by Councilmember Martin to adjourn. Hearing no further discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Bloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Thank you. Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 6-0. We are adjourned. Thank you much. Thanks much to the council, the staff, the participating members of the public, everybody who helped make it another good meeting. So thank you all very much. Have a good rest of your week.
Night, folks.